Tonight, the best in the business
Remember, knock and talk.
Yeah, knock, knock.
are going to light up New Year's Eve.
Knockout victory! Down goes the action ball!
Watch and learn.
As 6 champions
This is my house, baby!
in 6 weight classes
Sordi clips on tire! Oh, an uppercut! Unbelievable!
will be fighting for over $6 million.
There's always one.
Right up till there's not.
History will be made
I'm gonna be a millionaire!
in a night of non-stop action.
On the inside with a prayer, and it's answered!
Superstars step forward in the biggest event of the year. It's the PFL Championship.
That's it, they on it!
And these 2 super heavyweights are ringing in the new year.
One last time.
One last time.
Oh, this is my wife's car.
Cover the front door.
She knows. She always knows.
Bad Boys for Life, in theaters January 17th.
Live on ESPN Plus from New York City on New Year's Eve. 6 hours from the ball dropping in Times Square and only blocks away. We are at Madison Square Garden. It's the biggest night in mixed martial arts. 6 world titles in 6 weight classes for 6 $1 million belts. This is the 2019 PFL World Championship. Welcome to the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. I am 2018 light heavyweight champ Sean O'Connell. My reign comes to an end tonight, but that's okay because like I said, this is the biggest night in mixed martial arts. 12 fighters have earned their spot in the finals. They made it through the toughest regular season in all of sports, the toughest playoffs, including fighting twice in one night, and now 6 champions will go home with a belt, a division title, and $1 million. And boy, do we have some storylines for you tonight. Lance the Party Palmer, one of 2 fighters looking to go back-to-back after a Season 1 Featherweight Championship. Can he take home another $1 million belt? The other is this man, the Brazilian Nathan Schulte. He is unbeaten in 2 seasons of PFL lightweight action, also looking to repeat tonight. We'll also see Ray Cooper III in a fight for redemption. He was upset in last year's final after a dominant regular season. He had one of the knockouts of the year just to get here. And of course, 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison aims to take the next step on her mission to become the best MMA fighter on the planet. Harrison faces Larissa Pacheco in a rematch from the regular season. Here's a look at the full slate for tonight. We'll actually start the title bouts in the light heavyweight division, one near and dear to my own heart. Following that bout, it's going to be the 2 fighters looking to repeat against Gilpin and Rajabov, who have designs on some major upsets. The night will continue with a clash of heavyweight wrestlers and that welterweight slugfest. And of course, the final fight of 2019 marks an historic moment for women's mixed martial arts. The first ever world title fight at women's lightweight. That's all later on ESPN2. First on ESPN Plus, a featherweight showcase. Brendan Loughnane, hot rising prospect against David Alex Valente, who wants to pull off a major upset and make a name for himself tonight. As always, I am joined cage side by Randy Couture. Or maybe I shouldn't say as always. Randy, you're back. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be back. And I'm glad 2019 is over. Number 1, avoid heart attacks. Number 2, wear a helmet when you cut down trees. I got stitches under this hat. I'll be wearing that all night. Thank you guys. It's going to be a great night of fights. I'm really happy to be here.
Unfortunately, Yves Edwards fell ill this week preparing for the 2019 championships. He wanted to be here. He's just too sick. But you know what? It's still going to be a great night. We have all those title fights. We have our showcase bout. And that women's MMA historic moment. For more on that, we welcome Caroline Pierce.
Thank you, Sean. Well, it's fitting that this historic season at women's lightweight comes down to Harrison and Pacheco, two inspiring figures with a budding rivalry after going a full 3 rounds in May. Two women who have overcome adversity in their own careers through their dedication to sports, and both are relishing the opportunity that lies ahead tonight.
American Top Team in Coconut Creek, Florida is one of the most successful gyms in the world. There, you'll find men's and women's champions from nearly every major MMA organization. The 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison is one of the big names training at ATT. She's the greatest judoka in U.S. history, but in MMA, she can't yet call herself a champ. That chance will come on New Year's Eve at Madison Square Garden, as she'll face Larissa Pacheco for the Professional Fighters League Women's Lightweight title.
This is the Olympics for me. So yes, for the last 2 years I've been fighting, and yes, I've had 6 fights, and I've won them, and I've been taking these steps and getting better, but really the only goal on my mind has been December 31st. December 31st, PFL World Champion, Kayla Harrison, PFL Champion, like over and over and over again in my mind.
Of the 6 title fights that will take place that night, this one is particularly significant. It will mark the first major world title to be contested at 155 pounds in women's MMA history. Harrison made the move from judo to mixed martial arts in 2016. She was 26 years old at the time, and it wasn't an easy decision.
You know, obviously I could have just won 2 gold medals and rode off into the sunset and been a normal human or done something different, but I said, no, let's put everything on the line and get punched in the face for a living now. So I love the challenge.
The challenges were real, especially at a gym that's home to so many of the sport's stars.
I knew that I had to prove myself. I knew that if I wanted to be special in a room full of special people, that I was gonna have to work really, really hard. That's what's gonna make me successful for a long time, because I'm not afraid to outwork anybody. I may not be the best, but I'll find a way to work longer and harder than you.
Harrison has done the work, and it showed when it matters. An undefeated 6-0 record.
Body shot, top of the takedown, as Kayla Harrison taking control of this one, and now teeing off, and it's over. Kayla Harrison, she is golden again.
Capped off by a dominant semifinal victory in the PFL playoffs.
Thumbing out, and there's the tap. Kayla Harrison, first round armbar submission.
Harrison's performance in the cage and her dedication in training has certainly earned her respect at the gym.
It's a fast evolution. She's improving all the time. I kind of expected it, honestly, just the caliber athlete she is, but she's progressing technically, mentally, and growing into be a real powerhouse MMA fighter.
Even 2-division UFC champion Amanda Nunes has taken notice.
We train together, and she's very strong. She evolved a lot, you know, especially her striking, and she's ready to go. Definitely, I think she's gonna be the next PFL champion.
One thing is for sure, the days of being the new face in the building are long gone.
I came here to train here, and suddenly Kayla came in, and I said, hey, how you doing? I'm Biggie. She said, I'm the Biggie around here. I'm like, hey, well, okay.
I was like, nah, I'm Biggie around here. Get the hell out of my cage. Didn't really say it like that. I was more sweet. I literally walk in every day, and I scream at the top of my lungs, and I'm like, it's champ camp time, and I'm like, Ric Flair, woo! I'm #1 in our ATT Fantasy League, by the way, just in case anyone was wondering. Fantasy football, #1, okay? Team Unicorn, winning the whole damn thing.
As for Harrison's championship matchup against Brazilian Larissa Pacheco, it's a rematch from the regular season when Pacheco became the first and only fighter to take Harrison the distance.
Right to the back of Kayla Harrison goes Pacheco in a scramble.
This is the first time we've seen Kayla in trouble.
I don't want to say that I took her too lightly, but I definitely did not. I did. I took her too lightly. I kind of thought that it was going to be a little bit of an easy fight, and that was my mistake.
Following their first matchup, Harrison was so frustrated at not getting the finish that she left the cage in tears.
I think people underestimate my desire to be the best, you know, and to be perfect.
I'm not just one of those people who says it, you know? I'm not one of those people who says, oh, I want to be world champion. Like, no, I want to go out and I want to dominate and I want to instill my will, and I want people to beg to never have to fight me again, you know? And when I feel like I fall short of that, I'm not happy.
2 stoppage wins and months of training later, Harrison is confident that she's a better fighter this time around.
The Kayla that she fought in May or whatever is like, that Kayla would get eaten alive by this Kayla. So I think that the rematch is going to be good for me. She knows what I'm going to try and do, but she's not going to be able to stop it. And the worst thing that you could do to this girl is make it a 5-round fight, because I'm not going to stop coming.
Almost 3,000 miles away, outside the city of Belém, on the northern coast of Brazil, lies the low-income suburb of Marituba. It's there that Larissa Pacheco is busy preparing to make sure the rematch with Harrison yields a different result this time around. Pacheco's reality is much different from Harrison's. Fewer training partners, fewer resources, but the Brazilian finds inspiration in the adversity she's endured.
Eu saí de projeto social. Hoje chegam crianças lá que falam, poxa, eu vi a luta da Larissa, eu quero ser que nem a Larissa. E eu incentivo sempre para que eles acreditem nisso e entendam que eles podem chegar também. Se eu cheguei com toda a dificuldade que tem, eles também podem chegar.
Pacheco's entire journey in MMA is rooted in resilience. It all started when she was just 15 years old, when she began fighting to help support her family after her mother got sick.
Então, foi a forma mais rápida que eu achei de conseguir dinheiro, além de trabalhar na feira.
The responsibility of making money, while also training and going to school, meant that Pacheco's teenage years were much different than most.
Aqui é onde eu comecei a trabalhar, meus 15 anos de idade. E aí, eu acordava às 4 horas da manhã, ia pra feira com a minha mãe, eu arrumava tudo lá. 10 horas o João passava lá, me buscava. Eu ia pro treino, saía do treino, ia pro colégio. Depois do colégio, ia pro treino de novo.
Today, her family still works at the market in Marituba, selling flour to locals as they have all these years.
Meu velho, meu avô.
Pacheco's fighting career has helped her family through the tough times. What they have now may not be much by traditional standards, but for them, it's enough.
Conseguir ter uma casa, ter espaço nosso, que sejam deles, que eles tenham conforto, já deixa a gente feliz.
Nevertheless, Pacheco now has the opportunity to fight for $1 million and an MMA title on New Year's Eve. And she's fully aware of how big this moment really is.
Muda tudo, né? Pra ganhar essa luta, muda tudo. Eu mudo a minha vida e a da minha família com $1 milhão e a minha carreira vai para outro patamar.
Pacheco will surely be the underdog in this matchup with Kayla Harrison. But that's not a new role for the Brazilian, who faced the #1 seed in Sarah Kaufman in the PFL semifinals.
Eu tinha noção de que ela era a atleta mais dura da organização, até porque eu já tinha lutado com a Kayla. Quando eu cheguei na luta, eu senti ela, eu falei assim, peraí, calma, deixa eu pensar que essa luta vai ser minha.
Oh, nice right hand there lands for Larissa Pacheco. And Larissa Pacheco, the 4 seed, drags Sarah Kaufman to the mat.
Larissa Pacheco!
It was Pacheco's second straight win. During the regular season, she had submitted Bobby Joe Dial to make the playoffs in dramatic fashion.
Big armbar, and Dial taps! Larissa Pacheco with a first-round armbar finish.
It's been a dream run for Pacheco since her season-opening loss to Harrison, but it's what she took away from the first fight versus the Olympic champion that has Pacheco anticipating the rematch.
Eu vivi a luta, eu fiz a luta com ela. Eu não estou analisando uma atleta, eu não estou analisando o atleta simplesmente por olhar na televisão. Eu sei como que ela se movimenta, eu sei o que ela faz.
Pacheco now has 16 career fights to her name, while Harrison only has 6. The Brazilian hopes that experience can be a difference maker.
A gente tem muita coisa ainda para ela aprender, ela ainda é muito crua no MMA. Ela é uma grande atleta olímpica, isso ninguém pode falar, e eu não a subestimei em momento nenhum. Ao contrário dela, eu creio que ela tenha me subestimado demais. Mas eu sou faixa preta de jiu-jitsu, eu treino há 10 anos.
Much will be riding on their matchup when Pacheco and Harrison face off on New Year's Eve for the first ever women's lightweight title. MMA history, a championship belt, and of course, $1 million. Both women have prepared, and both are now ready to rise to the occasion.
I thrive under the lights, you know? There's a reason I went to 2 Olympics and I came home with 2 gold medals. I live for that. I live for those moments.
Por tudo isso, né, que estão fazendo para ela, enaltecendo ela desse jeito, vai ser muito gratificante para mim chegar lá e ganhar dela, ser dona do cinturão do PFL, inaugurar essa categoria.
I'm preparing for a war. She's the toughest fight I've ever had, and you know that doesn't sit easy with me that I wasn't able to submit her or finish her. And she's gonna tap eventually, whether it's a TKO or KO or a submission. She is gonna quit. I'm gonna make her quit.
Well, the confidence of a 2-time Olympic champion shining through, and her dedication is a big reason for that. Harrison showed up at the venue around 3 p.m. this afternoon to begin her warm-up with her coaches, and afterwards I got a chance to catch up with her in the cage.
I'm excited. Only a couple hours away now, and all the hard work is done. Now it's time to have some fun.
So champ camp's done.
Champ camp is over. It's Kayla time.
Kayla time indeed. And you have a rematch against Larissa Pacheco. And Larissa's the one girl that's taking you the distance. You've told us you were not happy with that. What do you have to do differently this time so you walk out there with a smile on your face this time?
You know, I think I just got to stick to my game plan, be smart, be patient, take my time, and eventually she's going to break.
And your mother, Jeannie, had a health scare just after Thanksgiving. We're happy to hear that she's on the mend. She did her rehab especially so she could be here tonight. She had to drive here or be driven here to make it. She's here. What does it mean that your mum's here watching you?
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, it was one of her goals after her health scare to make it to this fight. So in my family, we always say a goal set is a goal met, and now I got to go reach mine.
Absolutely. Best of luck. Can't wait to see you in there tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Harrison's championship fight takes place later on ESPN2, but up next here on ESPN+, it's a new fighter showcase at Featherweight. Brazilian David Alex Valente, 11-4 in his career with 8 knockouts. And here face Brendan Loughnane out of Manchester, England, who's expected to be a major contender in the featherweight division next season. Loughnane's father actually got on a plane for the first time in his life to see his son fight on New Year's Eve tonight.
Having my mother and father there is amazing. I'll tell you a story, this is a funny one. So, growing up, when I started this sport, my father was always like, when are you going to give up that and start getting to work? Because he's an old school grinder, you know, labour every day, loves it, broken back. So yeah, when are you gonna give up this and really get a career in it? I said, no, I love it. This is what I want to do. And he's never been on an aeroplane, doesn't leave the city, he goes work, pub, home. Old Irishman, this is what they do. And yeah, Dad, I'm fighting at Madison Square Garden. What? Yeah, you better get yourself a plane ticket for the first time. Get your plane ticket, Mum and Dad on the plane. So make sure you got a camera on him that night, because it'll be funny.
Well, there he is, Brendan Loughnane Sr., Brendan's dad. He actually got on the plane for the first time. And I spoke to him yesterday at weigh-ins. He said it was a bit ropey, but he's super happy to be here tonight.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle. By SeatGeek. Score the best deal on tickets. And by Rich Energy. Live rich.
Welcome back to Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture beside not just the average cage, that is a PFL Smart Cage. You'll want to check out that bottom bar throughout the action tonight. We'll be monitoring fight statistics, strike speed, and of course tracking fighters to see who is controlling the action inside of the cage. The Smart Cage, just one more way that the PFL is changing the game. Well, here on ESPN Plus, Randy, we got 6 title fights later tonight on ESPN2, but we wanted to ease into it a little bit with a featherweight showcase. Brendan Loughnane, a rising prospect in mixed martial arts, he'll be part of season 3. Big signing for the Professional Fighters League. But David Alex Valente, this is a guy that feels like he can come in and make a name for himself by upsetting Brendan Loughnane. What do you know about this man?
Valente has got a very, very strong striking background. He's a Muay Thai practitioner. He's coming off of 2 losses, and he says himself, both those losses came from very good wrestlers and grapplers that put him on the ground. And he likes this matchup with Loughnane because Loughnane loves to stand up and bang. It's going to be a slugfest for sure. Now Loughnane coming off the Contender Series where he scored a takedown at the end just to show he had some skills, and that didn't go over so well. And here he is in the PFL, gonna be in our lineup for next season in 2020. Excited to have him and excited to see this matchup with 2 sluggers.
Yeah, and this is a true featherweight bout. The thing about Valente, he explored some heavier weight classes, even all the way went up to 170. Now he's back at his true weight, and he feels much, much better about it. Here's the cage muscle tail of the tape. Both of these men standing 5 feet 9 inches tall. Same exact reach. The leg reach, slight advantage goes to David Alex Valente. And he is a Muay Thai practitioner, so maybe he'll do a good job of getting his legs involved. Can't wait to see this featherweight showcase and start the action here on championship night. Lillian Garcia is inside of the Smart Cage to get us started.
Well, good evening from New York City. It is going to be a huge night of action. We have 6 world titles, $6 million champions getting ready to be crowned tonight. But first, we're going to go ahead and kick everything off with a new fighter showcase. And this is going to be in the featherweight division, brought to you by Caged Muscle. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in Muay Thai, standing at 5 feet 10, weighing in at 146 pounds. In 15 professional bouts, he has a record of 11 victories and 4 defeats, with 9 wins by stoppage. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, here is David Alex Valente. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striker, standing at 5 feet 9, officially weighing in at 146 pounds. In 21 professional bouts, he has a record of 18 victories and 3 defeats, with 12 wins by stoppage. Ladies and gentlemen, he has signed on to the 2020 PFL Featherweight Division. Fighting out of Manchester, England, here is Brendan Loughnane. Your referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
Mike Beltran, third man inside of the cage. 3 5-minute rounds, featherweight action. Non-title bout, this is a showcase bout. Brendan Loughnane in the green trunks. David Alex Valente out of Curitiba, Brazil in the silver.
You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Hold up, let's go.
Touch of the gloves to get us started. Inside leg kick from Loughnane. And Brendan Loughnane's in an interesting position, Randy. He was signed as a fast rising prospect. Everyone's excited about what this kid's potential is. Comes from a great camp. He's got Dominic Cruz in his corner, but that comes with some pressure.
Absolutely comes with some pressure. I think he's expected to win tonight, and where does that leave him if he doesn't win? I don't think he worries too much about that. He just loves this game. He loves to fight. He wants to slug somebody in the face, and he gets to do it here in front of his dad.
His dad as we heard from Caroline, made the first trip via plane of his entire life. Came over from the UK. Brendan told us that it's work, pub, home. Well, now it's work, pub, home, Madison Square Garden to watch his son fight. Loughnane going to work early on the low leg of David Alex Valente.
Inside kick, outside kick, trading off, keeping out that kicking range, not getting into that slugfest range yet.
He goes up high. That one blocked by David Alex Valente, who told us in the fighter meetings he's comfortable with the level of striking he has seen Brendan Loughnane display. He's got an extensive Muay Thai background himself. He thinks that if it stays standing, he'll be all right. Long right hand sneaks through there for Loughnane. He goes up high again, this time with the lead leg.
Two orthodox fighters, and now Valente switched stances. He's in the southpaw stance. Both guys feeling each other out, staying out of that, not getting into that nose-to-nose slugfest yet. Kind of picking at each other, figuring out, seeing how they're going to react. Anticipate what that reaction is to the kick or the punch.
Lead hook right hand there from Loughnane. Both of them avoided mostly by David Alex Valente. The volume
nice
is coming from Loughnane, and that's a nice straight right hand.
Another one. Loughnane starting to dial it in, starting to find those little reactions, those little openings to land those shots.
Left hook there from David Alex Valente to answer some of the aggressive striking from Loughnane. And it's interesting, Randy, that those low leg kicks are sometimes used by fighters almost the same as a jab, measuring the distance, setting other things up, and it feels like that's what Loughnane has done so far.
Loughnane throws a nice left inside kick, and then he changes off and throws a right low kick to the calf. And those calf kicks suck. Oh, they hurt.
Well, it's still early in the fight, halfway through round number one, but those will certainly pay dividends later if he continues to land them. Brendan Loughnane in the green trunks on a 4-fight win streak right now, including another showcase bout earlier this year back in October.
Oh, nice right hand again by Loughnane. Both these guys talked about the elimination of elbows in this fight. Muay Thai practitioners love using their elbows. Loughnane loves a spinning back elbow a lot, and he needs his corner to continue to remind him not to throw an elbow because it's not allowed in the PFL.
Valente backs Loughnane up with a hook. Loughnane avoids the second one. The corner of Loughnane calling for a 1-2. Spinning back kick. He goes up high with his left leg again and switches stances back there to the orthodox. Now once again, southpaw. More leg kicks. That lead leg might be one of the reasons that David Alex Valente is switching stances back and forth.
I absolutely think that's true. It's red on the inside, red on the outside. It's definitely going to really hurt tomorrow. Loughnane mixing up the high attacks, the low attacks, really kind of finding his rhythm.
Well, these two men promised us a striking battle, and you can see 70% of the fight has been squared in the middle. Another high kick attempt there, and now a clinch from Brendan Loughnane. Steps in, presses at Valente up against our smart cage.
The first time we see the Muay Thai practitioner Valente in the clinch, which is a position that a lot of the Thai guys love.
That's a place where those elbows come in handy, but again, here in Professional Fighters League, no elbows. Nice combination there from Brendan Loughnane. That right hand right on the beard of David Alex Valente.
Loughnane appears to be the quicker, faster fighter with his hands and his feet.
He's mixing up the strikes extremely well as Brendan Loughnane. And now you can see some instability on that left leg of David Alex Valente. But the Brazilian is game. 10 seconds left. Inside of 5 now in round number 1. Big right hand to finish it out for Brendan Loughnane. So an interesting first round. A lot of volume there from Brendan Loughnane. And a lot of leg kicks. I'm curious to see what the exact totals are.
Absolutely. He's finding his rhythm. He's finding his range. He's established himself now. He's looking for those holes, and he's got Valente guessing.
Couple of right hands there, both of those landing on the replay from Brendan Loughnane. 4 or 5 of those high kick attempts Maybe inadvertent forearm or elbow there, Randy.
It didn't look like he was intentionally trying to throw an elbow, but it looked like a short hook, but Valente changed levels right into it.
There's Brendan Loughnane, the elder.
Looks like he might be sweating a little bit too.
Dad hasn't come stateside to watch his son fight before, but at Madison Square Garden, he had to do it.
Don't blame him for that. This is an amazing place to hold fights.
Keep an eye on that low left leg of David Alex Valente. Some ugly swelling already just below the knee.
All the way back, Brendan. Thank you.
On David Alex Valente there, you can see that shin is shaped a little bit differently.
Yes, he's growing a twin there.
Let's go.
Touch of the gloves. Both fighters come out in an orthodox stance. Valente immediately switches to southpaw, keeping that damaged leg behind him. And as soon as he puts it in front, Brendan Loughnane goes after it.
Yep. That is definitely going to affect his mobility. He's able to move his feet and cut to those angles and find those angles to land shots on Loughnane with that leg being a little boogered up.
Loughnane feels like he's just now really entering his prime. He just turned 30 a couple of weeks ago. Feels like he's got a lot of room to grow, but he exhibits an extremely high fight IQ. A guy 21 fights into his career. Feels like he's ready for the big stage. And actually, he campaigned to be a replacement in our Featherweight Championship coming up later tonight.
Already calling out the champ and Lance Palmer. He wants a shot at him. And thought that, you know, him and Gilpin have already fought twice. Why not slide me in there? I'll fight for this championship.
He said he didn't really expect that they were going to give him that nod, but why not ask for it? Front kick attempt there from Valente.
Loughnane doing a nice job of corralling Valente, cutting him off, keeping him against the fence, not giving him any space to find angles or be effective himself.
Clever combinations from Brendan Loughnane, who has now landed 24 kicks in this bout. Right hand again from Brendan Loughnane. And he goes back to the southpaw stance, upstairs with a lead kick.
Loughnane going to work on the other leg now.
Says you're going to take away your left one. That's fine. I'll go to the right. And he's really taking control of the center of the cage here in round number 2, Randy. Inside the corner there, Brendan Loughnane. You'll see Dominic Cruz on your left.
Chin down. Come on, yes. Pull back
Nice
a bit.
right
Let
hand.
go. Let go. Come on, back in, back in. Yes. Head up, head up.
Again, body hard, higher low. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3. Sit on.
Yes. Back to hands. Jab right high.
Hands, don't let it go forward. Not enough.
Fire it when he comes forward. Fire your high. Head up, head up.
You hear Dominic Cruz there calling for the jab and then the right high kick. Really, we've seen it from Cruz many, many a time.
We absolutely have.
He'll hide that high kick and he'll throw it quickly, but always behind something to disguise it.
And it's a unique technique to throw that behind the jab on the same side as the jab comes from. It's hard to see.
Traveling side kick there from Brendan Loughnane right to the midsection of David Alex Valente. Valente tries to use his reach there, search for a jab. Take a look inside of Valente's corner, see what they have to say.
Switch your stance. Hands, throw the overhand. Movement. Where's the jab? You got to throw the jab first. Throw the jab right in his head. There.
That's Kyle Magalhaes in the corner of David Alex Valente. Valente tests a body kick there on Loughnane, who goes back to the legs. Dozens of kicks now landing for Brendan Loughnane through the first 2 rounds. Closing in on 1 minute remaining here in round number 2, a featherweight showcase bout at the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden.
Reverse hook kick, was that what that was? Loughnane really mixing it up.
Flying knee attempt. And another knee to the body there. On the exit, Loughnane lands a left hand. And he's really feeling the striking in the distance now, Randy. Ducks under, tries for the clinch, and immediately thinks better of it.
Loughnane is really gathering momentum, getting more and more confidence as this fight goes on, starting to find his range and really understand that he's that much quicker than Valente.
That problem, of course, for Valente, aggravated by the damage that you can see on both of his legs.
You can see it on his nose as well. Nice choice in combinations by Loughnane.
Nice right hand there. Damage continues to accumulate on the face and legs of David Alex Valente. He wings a right hand unsuccessfully. As we close out round number 2, it has been all Brendan Loughnane in the second frame. We'll take a listen inside that red corner of Brendan Loughnane.
Follow it up. Listen up.
The last round now.
Calm down and listen up for a minute.
It's not going to do nothing you don't know. His hands are not going to worry you, okay? Start committing.
Took a foot sport, but it's all good. What? It's okay.
So,
combinations.
Combinations. Remember, don't let him go forward. He comes forward wild, he lands to the ship. Keep the same forward pressure, you shut him down completely. Got it? When he comes forward, that's when you hit him.
I'll put pressure on now, boys. Do you understand the in and out?
Yeah, got it.
Keep the jab going, high low. Hey, you got takedowns now too.
Nice straight right hand, follows it.
Slapping left, landed there, but with an open hand from Valente. And how about that jab, Randy?
That is a slick jab. It's very quick, and Valente doesn't seem to have an answer for it.
So I think Brendan Loughnane pulled away a little bit there in round number 2, but he told us in the fighter meetings, Randy, that he really wants a finish here. His first showcase bout in the PFL went to decision. He beat Matt Wagee. He does not want to go the distance tonight. High kick attempt there. Brendan Loughnane gets right to work. Valente is game with his left hook exchange.
Big power punches by Valente, but they're whiffing. They're in the air. Loughnane is already gone.
And that left hand landed as Loughnane moved to his right. Got to be careful about circling into the power of David Alex Valente, who wings another left hook.
That one landed right on the ear of Loughnane. A little more energy in this round from Valente.
Body shot from Valente.
You can smell he's down 2 rounds, and he really needs to turn it up and make something happen in this third round.
You okay? Yes.
Loughnane shakes it off, got the cup check, but he says, nope, not taking any time. I got this guy right where I want him.
Loughnane catches a kick and trips Valente to the mat.
And I can guarantee you this is not a place Valente wants to be. He said that in the fighter interview. You know, he lost his last 2 fights because he fought with guys that were very good on the ground and very good grapplers, and he's just not up to speed there yet.
Loughnane more comfortable in the stand-up exchanges, but he feels he's truly a well-rounded mixed martial artist. And here he is in the half guard of David Alex Valente, putting his right hand to work, probably up 2 rounds on the scorecard.
I think clearly 2 rounds on the scorecards and on his way to the third round and a victory here if he doesn't get the finish. Standing back up, going to make Valente get back to his feet.
Right hand there from Loughnane. Valente not going away here. Another left hand.
See the little hesitation in Valente. He dipped as that jab came in, and that almost sets him up for that right hand.
Valente continuing to try and throw that winging left hook. Loughnane, as has happened in the first 2 rounds, doing a good job of measuring the distance and taking some power off even when they do land. Less than 3 minutes remaining here in our Featherweight Showcase bout on ESPN+. Brendan Loughnane in the green trunks, David Alex Valente out of Brazil in the silver. Another body kick.
Seeing a nice head fakes from Loughnane, and he's getting that little dip from Valente. Look for him to time that. Show that little fake. See that dip from Valente. and land a knee or an uppercut, he'll score with that.
Well, Randy, as I said, Loughnane made no bones about the fact that he wants a finish. He's closing in on 2 minutes left in this fight. He's comfortably ahead, realistically, on the judges' scorecards. If he's going to get a finish, what does he need to do here?
He's got to really open up. I think he's got to be willing to stand in there and trade a little bit with Valente. He's been sticking and moving and not really just kind of going nose to nose and trying to find a way to put him out to finish him.
Inside of 2 minutes now. Right high kick there from Brendan Loughnane. Threw it naked. Did not hide it behind a jab. His corner has been calling for him to do that. Heel kick. Little sidestep and leads with that heel kick. Valente returns a couple of strikes, but they both hit only air. David Alex Valente, unfortunately for his case, not able to figure out the distance most of the time on these exchanges.
Hard to say if that's from the sore feet and legs that he's packing right now, or if he just, Loughnane is just that quick and that agile.
Loughnane ducks under and takes David Alex Valente down, closing in on 1 minute left in this featherweight bout. Again, 3 fives. Some ferocious ground and pound, considering the fact that Valente has the neck controlled there of Brendan Loughnane. Still be able to create some good power on those left hands.
Very slick. He's long and rangy. He finds ways to slip those in there and really did some nice shots from that half guard position.
Little hammer fist and a left hook from the top position for Brendan Loughnane. A warning there from Mike Beltran. Some of those strikes landing on the back of the head of Loughnane, who's on top. 30 seconds remain here in this featherweight showcase bout. Nice left hand sneaks through again, compromising the mouthpiece there of David Alex Valente, and it pops out with 20 seconds remaining here.
Loughnane
10 seconds left.
Loughnane in control of this fight from almost the very start.
Dominant performance from Brendan Loughnane in another showcase bout. How will the judges see this one? Well, we'll find out and make it official when we return on ESPN+.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle. By SeatGeek. Score the best deal on tickets. And by Rich Energy. Live rich.
Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture cage side, and there are our Cageonomics final fight stats. A very active striking night from Brendan Loughnane. And Randy, I can't decide if it was the punches or those repetitive kicks to the lower legs that really did more damage.
Yeah, or it might have been the 30 pounds that David Alex Valente cut to make this weight class for this fight. He just looked a little slower, a little more sluggish.
Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside of the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. Here is your winner, Brendan Loughnane.
Well, it went how we thought. The judges saw it how we saw it, Randy.
Absolutely. I mean, it was one-sided affair from almost the jump. Valente just never found his rhythm, never found his place.
Brendan Loughnane makes it 5 in a row. He will be part of our featherweight roster next season. And there, you're looking at the Rich Energy Cage Side Club. Huge thank you to our friends at Rich Energy who bring premium performance energy to the Professional Fighters League. I grab one of those, Randy. Don't forget 6 World Championship fights coming up tonight on ESPN2. Emiliano Sordi has been on a tear. He'll take on Jordan Johnson. After that, Lance Palmer and Natan Schulte look to repeat a heavyweight wrestling titan matchup. That welterweight slugfest, I have no idea how that one's gonna go, Randy.
It's a coin toss.
And then history will be made. Women's lightweight belt on the line for the first time in major mixed martial arts. Kayla Harrison and Larissa Pacheco in a rematch from the regular season. Let's take a look at our Presidente highlight of the fight. Little catch of the kick, Randy,
Yep.
a little trip. You know anything about that?
Nah, never done that before, ever. That was very, very nice timing by Loughnane. And why not take the guy down? You got him standing on one leg.
You know, he's really put on a nice display of a well-rounded skill set. He didn't get the finish that he wanted, so he's not going to be 100% happy.
Well, that might be a tribute to Valente. He's a tough guy. It just wasn't his night.
Here's our real-time pain relief fastest strike of the night. How fast was it? 20.4 miles per hour. All right, for Randy Couture and Caroline Pierce, I am Sean O'Connell. PFL Championship coverage continues on ESPN2 at 7 Eastern as 6 title belts will be raised. 6 champions will be $1 million richer. That's all before the ball drops in Times Square later tonight. We'll see you in a bit from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden in New York.
tonight. The best in the business.
Remember, knock and talk.
Yeah, knock, knock.
Are going to light up New Year's Eve.
Knockout victory! Down goes the action man!
Watch and learn.
As 6 champions.
This is my house, baby.
In 6 weight classes.
Sordi clips a tire. And uppercut. Unbelievable.
Will be fighting for over $6 million.
There's always one.
Right up till there's not.
History will be made.
I'm gonna be a millionaire!
In a night of non-stop action. Superstars step forward in the biggest event of the year. It's the PFL Championship.
That's it, on it.
And these 2 super heavyweights are ringing in the new year.
One last time. One last time. Oh, this is my wife's car.
Come to the front door.
She knows. She always knows.
Bad Boys for Life. In theaters January 17th.
Let's go, babe. We are live from New York City on New Year's Eve. Just 5 hours from the ball dropping in Times Square. A few blocks away at Madison Square Garden, championship fighters have arrived and are ready for the biggest opportunity of their careers. 6 world titles, 6 weight classes, and 6 $1 million belts. This is the 2019 PFL World Championship. Hello and welcome. I'm Sean O'Connell, cage side. Glad that you've decided to spend some of your New Year's Eve with us. I'm the 2018 light heavyweight champ of the Professional Fighters League, which means my reign is over in just a few minutes. But that's all right, because tonight is the biggest night in mixed martial arts. 12 fighters have earned the right to be here through the toughest regular season in sports, the toughest playoffs in all of sports, including fighting twice in one night just to get here. And 6 of those individuals will leave here tonight with a belt, a division title, and $1 million. And fitting of these championship nights are the storylines. Lance Palmer, the party. He's one of 2 fighters tonight looking to go back-to-back after winning the Season 1 Featherweight Championship. Will he repeat at 145 pounds? The other man who could do the same, the Brazilian Nathan Schulte, unbeaten in 2 seasons at lightweight in Professional Fighters League, looking to take home a second $1 million check. We're also going to see Ray Cooper III in a fight for redemption after being upset in last year's final. He had one of the biggest knockouts of the year to get here, but last year he was unsuccessful in his finals bid. And of course, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist Kayla Harrison aims to take the next step in her mission to become the best mixed martial artist on the planet. Harrison faces Brazilian Larissa Pacheco in a rematch from the regular season. Let's take a look at the full slate of title fights tonight. We start at light heavyweight, near and dear to my own heart. After that, it'll be Alex Gilpin and Loic Rajabov looking to pull off upsets and prevent the repeat champions Palmer and Schulte. We'll move on with a heavyweight tilt between 2 wrestling titans, a welterweight slugfest that promises a finish, and of course, women's mixed martial arts history. For the first time ever at 155 pounds, a women's belt will be contested between Kayla Harrison and Larissa Pacheco. I cannot tell you how happy and relieved I am to welcome Randy Couture back, cage side. Randy, it's good to see you.
Thank you. Good to be back. And my happy 2019 is over with. Number 1, avoid heart attacks. Number 2, wear a hard hat when you cut down trees. I got stitches under this hat. I'll be wearing it all night. We're happy to be here. Going to be some great fights. I can't wait.
Unfortunately, it's just me and Randy tonight. Eve Edwards is here in New York, but he fell ill earlier in the week. He's all right. He's watching back at the hotel. We hope he gets better soon. It's just the 2 of us tonight. There's a lot of pressure on our champions that are trying to repeat. Maybe nobody facing more pressure, though, than Ray Cooper. He made it to this spot last year, Randy, lost to Magomedkarimov, but he came in as a big favorite. How does he make sure he's successful tonight?
Well, he's got the first guy from Tajikistan to ever make it this far in MMA. It's going to be very interesting. The slugger is a little more tempered than he's been this season and in previous seasons, but he's still got that amazing power. He brings that amazing tenacity. He's going to be a force to deal with and watch tonight.
Well, his opponent he battled back from some adversity. David Michaud, what do we expect from him?
Well, I guess I moved Razabov down. I didn't realize I did that, but Michaud is from the Lakota Oglala Nation. He's a slugger with a great wrestling pedigree, and he's been on a tear to get through the playoffs to be here tonight.
So a bit of a mirror match, but it promises to be a big-time slugfest. And I already mentioned it. I cannot emphasize enough how important tonight is for women's mixed martial arts. The first ever women's lightweight belt will be contested, and of course it comes with a $1 million prize, which is no joke. Kayla Harrison is a two-time Olympic gold medalist. She is undefeated in her mixed martial arts career, but she's facing a tough test in a rematch tonight.
Absolutely. Regular season rematch, Larissa Pacheco took her the distance, and she wasn't very happy about that. She's very, very hard on herself. That's that Olympic champion mentality. She does not want to fail at anything, and she takes that into this cage every time she fights. We're seeing her open up. We're seeing her pull her arm bars out, do a lot more submissions, showing a lot more striking skill and footwork. She just continues to get better and better all the time. I'm excited to see her tonight. She's going to have her hands full with Larissa Pacheco.
Larissa Pacheco knows that she is a big underdog, but she feels like she has what it takes to upset Kayla Harrison tonight. That's all later. First, we start off with a light heavyweight title bout. Can't wait for this one, and as I said, near and dear to my heart, there is Jordan Johnson. Self-proclaimed military brat. It wasn't actually until 7th grade that he started wrestling, and according to him, he was horrible at it. Of course, that eventually changed as Johnson went on to wrestle for the University of Iowa, and he has transitioned those skills into a very successful MMA career.
It's what I'm meant to do. You know, sometimes, you think about like other paths that could have taken in life, but at the end of the day, I fight. I'm a fighter, and what I was born to do. I turned professional, and I was just taking fights wherever I could. And then I signed with the RFA. I went 4-0 in the RFA, and I won the world title. I signed with the UFC, and I went 4-0 there. And then I'm in the PFL.
Only 30 seconds left as they heat it. Oh, big right hand! Maxime Grishin knocks down Jordan Johnson.
Losing the first fight to Maxim, is possibly the best thing that's ever happened to me, because I lost that fight and I knew I needed to make some changes. So I got home and changed gyms, got a new coaching staff, got a new team.
And that was a big right hand for Jordan Johnson. There we go.
It felt really good to get that win over Maxim, to get that, revenge, to have lost that first one and, face adversity and come back and beat someone who beat me at one loss.
The winners will advance to fight for $1 million.
Yusupov, he's a really good fighter. I knew that going into that. And, him being a southpaw, that was tricky. And we kind of started going over some stuff in the back. And, I just kind of said, I'm not going to try to do anything. I'm just going to remember to move left. And that's what I did. And it worked out. It all doesn't matter who you're fighting. It's what you do up until that fight. It's what I've been doing for, the last couple months, what I've been doing for the last year, what I've been doing for the last couple years, what I've been doing since I was a 7th grader, when I said I was gonna, start going after combat sports. And I just keep doing my thing and I'm good.
Standing across the cage from Jordan Johnson will be that man, Emiliano Sordi. His home nation of Argentina has a world-renowned boxing tradition that dates all the way back to the 1920s. But until tonight, an Argentine hasn't had a shot at a mixed martial arts world title. That's a fact that is not lost on Emiliano Sordi.
Ya lo dije varias veces, la plata no es lo más importante. Me lo voy a llevar, obvio, al millón, va a ser mío. pero lo que más quiero es el título. La verdad que vengo hace 10 años peleando, peleaba por $100 o menos y lo hago realmente porque me gusta pelear, no solamente por la plata. No tenemos ningún campeón mundial de MMA hoy en día y sí tuvimos muchos campeones del mundo del boxeo, así que creo que hoy es hora de los peleadores de MMA lograr lo que en algún momento hicieron los peleadores de boxeo.
That's not just any cage right there. That is the PFL Smart Cage. Don't forget, you'll want to check out the bottom bar throughout the action tonight. We'll be monitoring fight stats, strike speed. We're going to track the fighters so you can see who's controlling the cage. The Smart Cage is just one more way that the PFL is changing the game. There's the wrestler, the American Jordan Johnson, former University of Iowa wrestler. Randy, it's a classic wrestler versus striker matchup.
It sure is, and who's going to have their way tonight? Who's going to get the job done with so much on the line?
And Emiliano Sordi has been on a tear this year. All finishes. Only one of those made it into the second round. The #1 seed here has looked incredibly dominant. Can he continue that success for a belt and $1 million? How do they match up physically? Take a look at our cage muscle tail of the tape. Significant leg reach advantage for Emiliano Sordi, but don't sleep on the 79-inch reach of Jordan Johnson. He's a wrestler, but he likes to use his jab. Interestingly enough, Randy, he did come in leaner than we've seen him. He only weighed 202 pounds.
Well, I think he feels re-energized. He's got this new camp, new guys calling the shots, and he gets to come into practice and listen instead of kind of setting up his own training program, and I think that's really made a difference for him.
Our first title on the line tonight at Madison Square Garden. Lillian Garcia gets us started.
We are live on ESPN2 from New York City with the 2019 PFL World Championship. This is the first of 6 straight title fights, and this one is in the light heavyweight division, brought to you by Presidente. So fight fans, get fired up, cause it's about to get real! Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a former wrestler from the University of Iowa. He stands at 6'1", weighs in officially at 202 pounds. In 14 professional bouts, he has a record of 12 victories, 1 defeat, and 1 draw. He is the #7 seed, fighting out of Gilbert, Arizona. Here is Jordan Big Swingin' Johnson! His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striker, standing at 6'2", weighing in officially at 204 pounds. In 29 professional bouts, he has a record of 21 victories, 8 defeats, with 15 wins by knockout. He is the #1 seed, fighting out of Rio Cuarto, Argentina, Emiliano Sordi. Your referee in charge, Dan Murliata.
Dan Murgliata, the big man inside of the cage here. 205-pound title bout. 5 potential 5-minute rounds. Jordan Johnson in the silver trunks. Emiliano Sordi in the gold.
All right, gentlemen, you ready, sir? You ready, sir? Let's go, fight.
A touch of the gloves to get it started. The first title bout of the evening. First of 6 in the biggest night in mixed martial arts. Jordan Johnson lands a jab to start things out. Emiliano Sordi offers him a right hand for his effort.
Here's the real challenge in this fight. These guys know each other well. They used to train together for quite some time. So they both know what each other brings to the cage. It's gonna be...
Nice 1-2 there from Emiliano Sordi. And a long left from Jordan Johnson. He's landed a couple already. Nice uppercut on an exchange earlier from Jordan Johnson. He comes into this fight with increased confidence after the playoffs. Said he learned a lot about himself. Grabs a low single there. And he gets Emiliano Sordi to the mat. Right
Sordi
back
coming
to his
right
feet.
back up. Doing a nice job of not spending any time on the bottom underneath a guy like Jordan Johnson. Circles right up and comes right back to his feet.
Body shot there from Sordi, and then he went upstairs, but Johnson wisely ducks it.
Sordi keeping Johnson's back to the fence, trying to find his rhythm and land those shots.
Johnson there attempted the single leg. When it was apparent he wasn't going to get it, he switched it to a leg kick as Sordi exited. Nice jab from Jordan Johnson.
That 79-inch reach coming in handy.
"90 seconds gone here in the first round." Nice right hand there from Sordi. Johnson in trouble.
There's Jordan Johnson's father, Jared Johnson, watching from cage side.
Johnson fighting for the super low single here, ducking his head inside and out of the low leg of Emiliano Sordi, trying to avoid those
Johnson's
hammer
hurt.
fists.
I believe Johnson's hurt
in big
here.
trouble. Emiliano Sordi pouring it on from the top. Jordan Johnson turtling, and Dan Mergliano waves it off. Emiliano Sordi, the new light heavyweight champion of PFL Season 2.
Sordi did a nice job of using that back foot as a rudder, changing the angle and chasing Jordan Johnson's head around his leg as he tried to secure that low single.
Pressure, pressure, pressure from the top, and of course, as always, in standing for Emiliano Sordi. He completes his dominant run through this Season 2 light heavyweight, regular season, playoff, and now championship.
Unbelievable.
Argentina, for the first time, a major MMA title coming home. Emiliano Sordi will make it official next. Coming up tomorrow, a couple more bowl games for you. At 1 p.m. Eastern, you'll watch one on TV and one on the app. PJ Fleck and the 18th ranked Minnesota Golden Gophers take freshman QB Bo Nix and number 12 Auburn in the Outback Bowl on ESPN. And on ABC, Jim Harbaugh leads his number 14 Michigan Wolverines against Nick Saban's number 13 Alabama Crimson Tide in the VRBO Citrus Bowl down in Orlando. We give you options with the ESPN app. We take a look at our light heavyweight title bout final fight stats. 31 strikes landed for Emiliano Sordi, 20 of those on the ground. And the fists of the Argentine have delivered a belt and $1 million to Rio Cuarto, Cordoba, Argentina. Impressive performance and a dominant run through the entire season for Hime. Take a look at a couple of replays here. This was really what started the trouble. Mid-conversation, a glancing right hand from Emiliano Sordi as Jordan Johnson dove down for a takedown attempt, and the hammer fist landing accurately on the ear on the side of the head. You can see Johnson trying to duck away from them, ends up turtling up, and Dan Murgliata eventually steps in, having seen enough and knowing what kind of thunder Emiliano Sordi has packed in his hands all season long. Lillian Garcia has an official call inside the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 2 minutes and 1 second into round number 1 by TKO, your newest millionaire and the 2019 PFL Light Heavyweight Champion of the World, Emiliano Sordi!
A new winner at 205 pounds, a belt, and there's that $1 million check presented.
Ladies and gentlemen, to present the $1 million check is the CEO of the PFL, Peter Murray. Emiliano, amazing job. 1-1 last season. You said you found a sports psychologist to work with to help fix some things, and obviously 5 finishes this season. Tell me what the difference was.
Bueno, sí, la verdad fue una mezcla de todo. Ya tengo 28 años, no soy más un nene. El psicólogo deportivo me ayudó mucho, mi equipo de acá de San Diego, mi equipo de Argentina, mi preparador físico, coach mental. La verdad tengo un gran equipo que por eso llegué donde llegué.
It was a mix of everything. I'm 28 years old now. I'm not a kid anymore. But it was a mix of my team here in San Diego, my team in Argentina, my sports psychologist, my strength and conditioning, everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first MMA champion for Argentina, Emilio Sordi.
Emiliano Sordi finishes his impressive run through the Professional Fighters League light heavyweight ranks at season 2. I have mixed feelings right now. That was my belt a year ago. That one belongs to a guy who dominated his way through the entire year. And it is no small feat, by the way, to be the first ever from any nation to deliver something like that. He's very proud of his heritage, Randy. Emiliano Sordi, the first MMA champion from Argentina.
Walked through this entire season, 5 finishes, 4 in the first round.
Yeah. Didn't want to spend a lot of time inside that PFL Smart cage.
I guess not.
Efficient and powerful. Great work all season long by Emiliano Sordi. Up next, the reigning featherweight champion, Lance "The Party" Palmer, brings in his heavy ground attack as he goes for back-to-back titles. He'll face the always dangerous Alex Gilpin in a trilogy matchup as the 2019 Professional Fighters League World Championships continue on ESPN. Look for another finish next.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle. And by SeatGeek. Score the best deals on tickets.
Hey, just a few blocks away, folks, getting ready to ring in the new year. The ball will drop, but not until we award 5 more title belts. Here we're celebrating in the Rich Energy Cage Side Club. You're looking at it right there. Big thank you to Rich Energy for bringing premium performance energy to the PFL. Tomorrow on ESPN and on the ESPN app, it's the granddaddy of them all. Number 6 ranked Oregon takes on number 8 ranked Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl game, presented by Northwestern Mutual. 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, followed by number 5 Georgia and number 7 Baylor in the All-State Sugar Bowl. Well, I promised you 6 titles will be handed out tonight. 1 already been given to Emiliano Sordi at light heavyweight. Up next, a $1 million featherweight championship bout. The number 1 seed Lance Palmer, the number 4 seed Alex Gilpin. Can Lance the Party Palmer be the first fighter to go back-to-back in the PFL? He takes on Alex Gilpin in a trilogy fight, this time with the 2019 featherweight title and $1 million on the line. After he won the belt last season, Lance Palmer moved his training from Las Vegas to New Jersey to work under Mark Henry and Ricardo Almeida, alongside training partners, of course, like Frankie Edgar, Eddie Alvarez. That's a big shift. But with his win streak now at 10 in a row, it's obviously paid off.
I haven't had anybody really break things down for me like Mark does and like Ricardo does. They're people who really understand the sport enough to break it down to each tiny little detail that's going to make the big differences.
Yeah, Lance fits in perfect, man. I mean, he is just, it's like he's been here forever. Like the way he gels with the guys, his attitude, his mindset, how smart he is. And I feel that Lance is one of the best in the world. And, you know, I've been around a while, and you know, the things that I've seen him do, you know, blows you away, or things that I haven't seen, you know, even watching fights for years.
Lance is a stud athlete, stud wrestler, stud fighter, man, so having him around is it's been awesome. You know, he's one of the strongest dudes, pound for pound, that I ever went with. You know, I think I consider myself decently strong, and he puts me to shame, man. He's a beast when it comes to his strength.
Oh, big shot. Punch by
Big
Lance
shot by
Palmer.
Lance.
It just brings out a different fighter. I mean, you can be in the game for a long, long time, but when somebody really renews that fire in you and the ability that you have, Mark explains it as you're taking a Ferrari and you're just taking the Ferrari apart and putting better stuff on the Ferrari. The Ferrari's already going to run great, but when you soup it up and do all these things to it, it's going to be a supercar.
Alex Gilpin!
He's a tough opponent. Like, he's a great opponent. He brings the fight, the entire fight. He can take damage well. He can give damage well. He's an unorthodox style of fighter. He has great submission attempts. We both brought pressure to each other. We both can grapple. And the second fight, we both showed some skills on our feet. So I think a third fight's only going to be more of the same and some more tricks from each of us, I believe.
Beautiful Times Square, Manhattan, New York City, a few hours away from the ball dropping and a brand new year. So much promise, Randy.
I don't think I've ever seen that many adults in one place all wearing diapers.
There's Alex Gilpin. After 2 decision losses in his first meetings with Lance Palmer. Lance Palmer said he wants to finish Alex Gilpin, but that will be extremely tough because in 17 career fights, Gilpin has actually never been stopped. He doesn't plan on that changing tonight.
Fighting Lance again for the 3rd time, it's the world's fastest trilogy MMA's ever had, so that part's kind of exciting. I mean, you get better with each fight. You get better training, but you really get better fighting and being in that cage under those lights. And it's been an active year, but you know, each fight I learn from and I evolve and I get more comfortable. I've also gone back and corrected every little thing that's gone wrong, and I've had time to work on it and done everything in my power to correct that as well as I can. He's made me evolve in a way and open my arsenal and fix my weaknesses, you know, so I'm looking forward to showing that.
Now Gilpin's looking for this. He's got a tight choke in. Sends out from Alex Gilpin chokes out. Trey the Bull.
I like the fact that it's 5 rounds. Sometimes it takes me a little while in a fight to get settled in and start hitting that flow state. In this way, if I'm down 1 round, I don't have to fight frantic. You know what I mean? I have time, and it's cardio is one of the best parts of my game. So I'm looking forward to it. I like 5-round fights personally. It's not as easy to hold someone down for 5 rounds. He's composed and he's calculated, and he knows how to edge rounds out. But I just like 5-round fights. I would like 10-round fights, you know, if I could, but it is what it is. I'm just looking forward to it.
Welcome back to the 2019 PFL Championship. Season 1 Featherweight champion Lance "The Party" Palmer making his way to the cage. Stops to kiss his beautiful wife Jessie, say hello to Dad Dwayne. And he will be looking to go back-to-back for another $1 million. The number 1 seed Palmer, the number 4 seed Alex Gilpin. There's our cage muscle tail of the tape. Slight arm reach advantage for Gilpin, slight leg reach advantage for Lance Palmer. Randy, we've seen this fight twice before, and the real battle is in the wrestling.
Absolutely, both guys have strong wrestling pedigrees. Alex Gilpin from Wisconsin, Ohio State 4-time American, and Lance Palmer. It doesn't get much better than that. And both these guys like to use that wrestling in their fighting style. That's what makes this matchup really interesting.
Lillian Garcia starts another title bout inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Fight fans, we continue the action with the Featherweight Championship. This is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestler, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighs in officially at 144 pounds. In 17 professional bouts, he has a record of 14 victories and 3 defeats with 11 wins by stoppage. He is the number 4 seed, fighting out of Madison, Wisconsin. Here is Alex Gilpin. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also a wrestler, standing at 5'6", weighing in officially 145 pounds. In 24 professional bouts, he has a record of 21 victories and 3 defeats. He is the number 1 seed and is looking to win back-to-back PFL Featherweight titles. Fighting out of Columbus, Ohio, here is Lance "The Party" Palmer. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson, third man in the cage for our featherweight title bout. Alex Gilpin in the silver trunks. Lance Palmer, the season 1 featherweight champ, in the green. Important to note, Alex Gilpin, a replacement fighter in tonight's championship because Daniel Pineda, who earned a date with Lance Palmer, failed a drug test. Gilpin, the highest seed who had been eliminated for the playoffs, steps back in for a trilogy bout. And as he said pre-fight, it's the quickest trilogy in the history.
Absolutely.
Three fights in 1 year for Alex Gilpin and Lance Palmer.
Gilpin coming off of a submission chokeout win over Andre Harrison, who's somebody who Lance Palmer has a storied history with as well.
Gilpin, the only person ever to finish Dre the Bull. So we've seen this one twice before, Randy. What do we expect in the third stanza?
Well, it'll be interesting. I think the onus is always on the guy that won the other fight, especially twice. To what's going to change? What is Gilpin going to do different to get a different outcome this time? And that's what Lance has got to try to figure out. We know what Lance does and does well, and Lance is very acutely aware of Gilpin's strength. He's got some amazing submissions, some very, very good slick neck chokes. It's going to be interesting to see if Lance stays out of all of that. We've seen Lance improve his striking with this new camp with guys like Frankie Edgar, and we saw that in the last time they fought. Lance caught him with a straight right hand and put him on his butt, and that was arguably the biggest difference in the fight.
Palmer attempts a left hand there. It has been Gilpin the aggressor in the striking exchanges here, taking the center of the cage, working his jab. There are a lot of people around the sport that think Gilpin, he's the second best 145-pounder on our PFL roster, maybe. He's a guy that has really only lost meaningful fights in his career to Lance Palmer. He's here tonight to prove otherwise, that he's actually better than Lance Palmer.
A little eye poke, incidental eye poke. This is one of the things that happens in MMA because we don't have thumb loops and closed gloves. Occasionally, you can catch an eye poke. Lance will be given the time to recover, make sure he can see straight. There's no issues there. Get a check by the doctor.
Yeah, Keith Peterson will call the doctor in, gives a quick little warning there to Alex Gilpin. Inadvertent eye poke. As you said, Randy, it happens sometime. Take a look at the replay here. Yeah, just pawing out. The ring finger goes in to the eye of Lance Palmer. Up to 5 minutes for Lance Palmer to recover here. The big key, the doctor always comes in a situation like this, make sure that it's safe for Lance Palmer to continue.
You see Gilpin extends his hand to push Lance away, and one of the fingers goes right in the left eye of Lance Palmer. Absolutely inadvertent.
You see the attempted high kick there from Gilpin, blocked, and then he ducks under the return left hand from Lance Palmer. Palmer says he is good to go. 3 minutes, 11 seconds remaining here in round number 1 of a featherweight championship. Another high kick attempt there from Gilpin. Gets right back to it.
Big double leg.
Lance Palmer puts his wrestling pedigree on display once again, and he passes immediately to side control on Alex Gilpin.
There's that overpowering strength and smothering ability of Lance Palmer from those wrestling days.
Well, we've seen a couple of times in Lance Palmer fights that he settles into this competitive rhythm that is frustrating for his opponents, and every once in a while someone will, I don't know, poke him in the eye or land a good shot, and you get a fierier Lance Palmer. Now Alex Gilpin working to a choke here.
Looking to a choke position, working a north-south. He's managed to work his way out from underneath Lance Palmer. Got a north-south choke.
You see the space there on the right side of Lance Palmer's face. Gilpin's gonna try and force Palmer's own deltoid against that side of his neck, but instead he'll use it to transition to the top. Nice sweep there, and probably the most trouble we've seen Lance Palmer in his last 10 fights in the Professional Fighters League.
Absolutely true. Gilpin got caught on one leg in the middle of that kick, and Palmer followed through with a double and started this entire sequence.
And there's the wrestling again. What a scramble by Lance Palmer. You see him get the underhook and shrug Alex Gilpin, not just up, but all the way off.
Like bench pressed him off. He's so strong.
Palmer walks around about 160-ish pounds, cuts to 145. Very professional. He's got a system down. He's probably stronger than most 200-plus pound men that you know if you're watching tonight. There's Lance Palmer's corner.
There it is. Now sprint past it. Nice.
Good uppercut.
Keep your hand up. Now give us a little bounce. There you go.
Add on. We got to add on.
Two body.
Gilpin really pressing, coming forward, keeping Palmer at the fence and really staying in Palmer's face. We have seen very few people do that with Lance Palmer.
A flying knee attempt, and then Gilpin tries to grab a guillotine. He doesn't have control of Palmer's hips, so he will not be able to finish this, but we have seen him spin around and turn around on those chokes from underneath. Very crafty with his control in these grappling exchanges is Alex Gilpin, but negated here once again by the dominant wrestling of Lance Palmer, who rains down left hands from the top.
Palmer got that far side underhook, securing a good cross-side position, trying to find a way to free up that left hand to jackhammer on Alex Gilpin. Gilpin swimming under with his right hand, trying to create that scramble again, moving to north-south.
Palmer will finish round 1 on top here as Gilpin tries to fight his way up.
Interesting.
Boys for Life, starring Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, in theaters January 17th. Round 2 underway here. Second title bout of the evening's featherweights. Lance Palmer in green shorts, Alex Gilpin in the silver. And a really interesting first round between these two, Randy. I'm not sure that that last takedown of Lance Palmer didn't secure the round for him, but he came close to losing the first round of his season.
Absolutely, and it's really be interesting to see how the judges score that first round. We see Gilpin pressing the action, throwing the kicks, throwing more punches. Palmer with the 2 takedowns, one of those scrambled into a situation for Palmer. And Gilpin now right back out in his face, nose to nose, trying to press the action. Palmer answering with some nice counter punches.
Gilpin catches a kick. Palmer with a back fist bouncing off the cage. Gets down on a double leg attempt here. Lance Palmer once again finishes it and right into side control. Gilpin hanging heavy on the neck of Lance Palmer.
Palmer did a nice job of changing angles, flaring those legs out and coming right down in side control.
You see there, the pedigree, the wrestling pedigree of Alex Gilpin is impressive. Texas State wrestling champion, wrestled in college at the University of Wisconsin, but nothing compared to Lance Palmer, who was a 4-time All-American at Ohio State. Great job there by Alex Gilpin scrambling up. Palmer just misses with a knee attempt on the break. Randy, you hear all the time guys talking about, I'm in the best shape of my life, I can go 5 rounds. Gilpin said, I'd like to go 10 rounds. You know, when I hear it from other people, I don't always believe it. When I heard it from these two guys, I did believe it. We've seen motors and cardio for days from both of these individuals.
Absolutely, gas tank for days. Both these guys can go forever at a high pace. Not a lot of people on the planet can do that.
Part of that skill honed in wrestling rooms. Once again, a successful takedown attempt from Lance Palmer.
He's trying to cinch it up. He's got a choke on. Palmer knows every time he shoots, he exposes his neck. He's got to be really, really careful here. Gilpin is as slick as they come in that position.
We saw him finish Andre Harrison with a ninja choke pressed up against the cage. Choked Dre the Bull all the way out. Lance Palmer pulls his head out, goes right to work inside of the guard of Alex Gilpin. Halfway gone in the second round here. Second of 5 potential featherweight championship rounds. Lance Palmer in the green trunks looking to go back-to-back. He is our season 1 featherweight champ. He wants another title and another $1 million.
Good ground and pound from the guard here by Palmer. Gilpin trying to use his legs, create space, create a scramble, and he hopes he can find a way to wrestle his way back to his feet.
Palmer gets the hips in against the cage there. Heavy, heavy pressure as always from the former Ohio State All-American. Still to come, a lightweight championship, 155 pounds, sees the similar scenario. Natan Schulte, our #1 seed in the lightweight division, also looking to repeat. Will Lance Palmer be the first to do it tonight? Smothering pressure against Alex Gilpin on the cage here.
Up kicks by Alex Gilpin, trying to use those feet, create some space, and be able to change levels and come under Palmer and find a way to scramble out. Palmer doing a great job of just pressuring with those hips, keeping his head up and out of the way of those nasty heel kicks. Now Gilpin back to his feet.
Nice knees and some double underhooks here for Gilpin. And it's always interesting to see what the choice is to reach for underhooks against the cage. Gilpin likes to hang heavy on the neck. Does he try and set up a choke here? Lance Palmer doesn't let him get to work though.
But Gilpin's always fishing for those chokes. That's his favorite go-to thing. Palmer doing a nice job of staying inside, keeping his head up, using that forehead to control that head of Gilpin. It's tough to see what a guy's doing when you got your forehead in his cheek.
Nice knees to the body there from Gilpin, earns a separation. And he follows it up with a jab, but once again, Lance Palmer down on the legs. Gilpin unable to secure a choke attempt this time. Inside of 30 seconds left in round #2.
Palmer, like a rat on a Cheeto, just comes right back in on that double. He is not going to let Gilpin off the hook here.
Well, every time Alex Gilpin gets overly aggressive in his striking and starts to charge forward, you can guarantee that Lance Palmer will change levels and shoot under. That's how they ended up on the ground here. Round 3 next. Welcome back to the 2019 PFL Championships. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture cage side. Inside the cage, a featherweight title bout in the 3rd round. Lance Palmer looking to repeat in the green trunks. Alex Gilpin in the silver. During the break, Randy, we heard the corner of Lance Palmer saying they feel like Alex Gilpin is getting tired. Lance Palmer constantly just grinding away with the takedowns, and a big lead hook there as Gilpin tried to close the distance.
Gilpin's pressing and he's moving into that range of exchanges, but he's not really throwing anything in that range, and that's allowing Lance to get off first.
Gilpin had a lot of bounce in his step in rounds 1 and 2, slightly less here at the start of round number 3.
There's a double by Gilpin.
Takedown attempt.
Wow, big dump. Crotch lift dump by Palmer to get out of the situation.
There's the 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist, Kayla Harrison. She will be contesting our final title fight of the evening later on ESPN2. Well, a valiant effort there by Alex Gilpin, but for every question he's got, Lance Palmer's got an answer in these grappling exchanges.
It seems that way, for sure.
Double butterflies and double underhooks here for Alex Gilpin to try and elevate the body of Lance Palmer. Gilpin attempts to kick off, and Palmer almost passes the legs. Great recovery there by Alex Gilpin, but he's right back where he started. Randy, how do you make the decision when you're Lance Palmer on whether to work from the guard like this or to pass aggressively and try and pound out Alex Gilpin?
Well, I mean, every time he tries to pass, and here you see him trying to pass the cross side or maybe half guard again, Gilpin keeps pulling for guard. He's not really letting Lance pass. So, you know, it's not a bad place. It's hard to do a lot of damage from the guard. I think you're more effective, in my opinion, from the half guard than the guard, but you know, Palmer's taking what he can get right now. He's being tenacious and controlling where this fight happens.
Hard to get a finish from the guard, but you're winning a lot of times in the guard. Gilpin attempts to push off again. Palmer relentless with the pressure, forcing Gilpin up here against the cage one more time. Take a look through our ref cam presented by our friends at Manscaped. Keith Peterson, attentive on top of the action there.
We all need a good manscaping on occasion.
It's necessary. Palmer looks to pass to the back here of Alex Gilpin and gets all the way at least to side control. Gilpin does a good job of lacing his leg back inside, but now Lance Palmer to the mount up against the cage. 90 seconds left here in round number 3. Alex Gilpin not in a great position here. Lance Palmer mounted on top of the Wisconsin wrestler.
Nice elbow escape by Gilpin. Back to the butterfly guard. Seeing 75% of this fight is taking place on the outside of the cage, and that 3 or 4 feet on the outside of the cage.
And the story that's really telling is that Lance Palmer is forcing and grinding this action on the outside with with Alex Gilpin's head up against that turn post right there, grating the back of his neck up and down the cage. It's a rough position to be in against a guy with heavy pressure like Lance Palmer.
It's absolute textbook Lance Palmer fighting style.
45 seconds remain here in the third round. Remember, these are title bouts, so they are possibly as many as 5 rounds, 5-minute rounds long.
We're winding down in the 3-round territory, about to step into championship territory.
Gilpin told us, I want a 4-round fight. I want a 5-round fight. Give me a 10-round fight.
If I have a bad round, I can come back from that. It's not a 3-rounder where it's tougher to come back from giving up a round.
He also told us it's hard to hold somebody down for 5 rounds. I have a feeling Lance Palmer is going to test out that theory. We'll find out when we come back. Entering the 4th round of our featherweight title bout between Lance "the Party" Palmer and Alex Gilpin. Palmer in the green trunks, Gilpin in the silver. Gilpin says he wants to go deep. Well, these are the deep championship rounds. Palmer with another successful takedown. Once again, Gilpin begins a round early in the round on his back. Tough place to be.
Gilpin just wades right into the range of exchange, and he's not throwing anything at Lance. And that's allowing Lance to counter punch first and then change levels and drive through Gilpin. He's got to step into that range exchange and throw something at him. Throw that straight right hand. Throw that jab, something. Make him think about something.
Lance Palmer just completed his 6th successful takedown. We saw a takedown attempt earlier from Alex Gilpin, but that was reversed with the big crotch lift by Lance Palmer. So the wrestling exchanges have been all Lance Palmer, which shouldn't be a surprise if you've been watching his dominant mixed martial arts career.
He's just smothering, and he does this so often. He's just so good at hovering over the top of somebody. No matter how hard they try to get away, he just keeps coming, relentless pressure. He's so strong, short levers. He does a great job from ground and pound to be damaging there. It's the dominant performance by Lance Palmer so far.
It's one of the reasons Lance Palmer was a 4-time All-American at Ohio State. If you shoot and reshoot and scramble and re-scramble, he's got one more move for you. He's got one more answer to every move that you've given him. And so far it's been successful here in this featherweight championship. Lance Palmer looking to repeat. He was the season 1 featherweight champ. He's looking to go back-to-back. He wants another belt. He wants another 1 million. Alex Gilpin trying to figure out this puzzle and get off his back here. Gilpin works his back to the cage. Palmer does a good job of moving to side control here.
Gilpin pulling guard again, getting him back in between those legs. Gilpin's got to open that guard, though. That closed guard is not going to create a scramble. It's not going to get him out of anything than what he's getting right now, which is shots to the ribs and a couple shots to the dome.
The longer this fight goes, the more you have to ask the question. Alex Gilpin, very, very crafty with his submissions, even from the bottom. But as they get slipperier, as he gets more tired, will he have the strength if a submission opportunity presents itself to finish against a guy like Lance Palmer?
Gilpin got the left underhook and started to come up and use the fence as his friend to get back up off that mat. Palmer secures the body lock and sucks his hips right back out from underneath him. That's disheartening. There's a psychological effect to that. You're almost there, you're going to get up, and then you're right back down.
You saw Gilpin try and sit up on a Kimura attempt. A lot of times people will just end up using that as a sweep. Everything negated here by the smothering pressure of Lance the Party Palmer. Inside of 2 minutes left in the fourth round. Double butterflies here and double underhooks once again for Gilpin. We've seen this a couple of times in this fight, but unfortunately has not led to any significant scrambles or escapes by Gilpin.
It looks like Gilpin's trying to use that double underhooks and those feet on the hips to create tension, and then he releases and tries to kick Palmer away. And Palmer's just too tenacious. He comes right back too fast, too slippery, too strong with those hips. It's a tough place to spend an entire round in a fight.
Lance Palmer got the takedown for this control less than 10 seconds into round number 4.
Yep. And then a lot of that was, again, Gilpin bringing the pressure, but not throwing anything at Lance and making him think about anything else.
30 seconds remain here in round number 4. Alex Gilpin running out of time to find an answer. Ten seconds left in round number 4. More ground and pound from Lance the Party Palmer, this time to the body of Alex Gilpin. There's the end of round 4. One final opportunity for Alex Gilpin. How about that? 6 belts being given away tonight. The first one went to that man, Emiliano Sordi. Light heavyweight from Argentina, completed a dominant run through this entire season. 6 finishes, 5 finishes. 5 finishes. I'll give him an extra 6. There's the takedown at the beginning of the round. And unfortunately for Gilpin, he never got up from there.
He struggled here, tried to create a couple scrambles, tried to use his feet, but Palmer with the tenacious wrestling pressure just keeps coming forward, keeps countering, keeps putting him back on the mat and keeping him down there. I have this fight right now 3 rounds to 1 for Palmer. I thought Gilpin snuck the first round out. And it's been all Palmer since then.
It'll be interesting to see how the judges saw that first round, but it may be academic because of the dominant performance over the last 3 by Lance Palmer. If Alex Gilpin can't make something happen here in round number 5, Lance Palmer will be looking at his 2nd straight PFL championship. 5 more minutes of featherweight action.
5th and final round. Again, Gilpin comes right out, pressuring Palmer.
Nice 1-2 there from Palmer to back Gilpin up. Inside leg kick from Palmer, right hand from Gilpin. And
there's that jab. Looked like he was trying to leap into something there for a second. I'm not sure what that was.
Well, we saw him attempt a flying knee earlier, but that flying knee ended with him getting caught and
taken
dumped.
down, yeah.
Down 3 rounds to 1 or 4 rounds to 0, though, Randy. It's a delicate balance. You got to find some sort of desperation without getting too sloppy. And once again, Lance Palmer, takedown attempt, and he lands in side control.
He does such a nice job at turning the corner, flaring those legs out, passing that guard, of his opponent as he's in transition to the mat. It's a very, very clever and very, very good thing to do.
7 takedowns now for Lance Palmer, and worth noting, in the early rounds, in the first round, he had to get 2 takedowns because Gilpin was able to create scrambles, get back to his feet. In the second round, the same thing. In round 4, it was 1 takedown and then smothering pressure. And in round 5, right now, Alex Gilpin isn't really making significant progress to get up. More work from the top for Lance the Party Palmer. Passes the legs. Once again inside control.
Cross-side positions by Palmer. Trying to find a way to free up that left hand. Bring it down on Gilpin's head. Gilpin's got to be careful he doesn't give up mount again here. He's got his legs pretty close together. Pretty sure Alex Gilpin has had enough of Lance Palmer this season.
Well, it's the tough thing.
Third meeting, it's unheard of.
It's the tough thing about our regular season playoff and championship format. There's no favoritism. The matchups are what they are. The playoff matchups, it's a playoff bracket, and you get what you get. In the championship, an opportunity presented itself for Alex Gilpin because of a failed drug test by Daniel Pineda. He thought he would have an opportunity to come here, pull off an upset. Lance Palmer, though, as clinical and dominant as always so far, with 2 minutes remaining here in the Featherweight Championship as he looks to repeat. And look, it's great to be the #2 guy in any weight class in mixed martial arts, but when it's regular season playoffs and a $1 million championship, #2's
handshake and a bologna sandwich.
I assure you Alex Gilpin will take home more than a bologna sandwich, but you get the point. "90 seconds remain here as Lance Palmer looks to repeat as featherweight champion. No answer from Alex Gilpin, who, by the way, was able to finish his last 3 opponents not named Lance Palmer. Lance Palmer gave Alex Gilpin a lot of credit. They ended up on the same side of the bracket in the playoffs, which means they met in the semifinals. But Lance did say, oh, he definitely would have made it to the championship had he been on the opposite side of the bracket.
I think that's a fairly accurate statement, and I also think that's an exhibition of how much these two respect each other. Now, obviously, they face each other, they're making each other better. They both said that in their interviews going into this fight. They both forced each other to learn things and do things that they wouldn't have otherwise done.
Lance Palmer 30 seconds away from history. The first man to repeat as PFL champion, potentially.
Palmer is on him like a barnacle, man. He just cannot scrape him off as hard as he tries. But both these guys are class acts. They're both great guys.
If you have never been in the position you've seen Alex Gilpin in the last 2-3 rounds, I promise you there are very few things on the planet that are more miserable than being really excellent at your craft, but being stuck underneath someone who's just a little bit better. Lance the Party Palmer. We'll find out if the judges thought that was enough for a repeat title when we come back. Wild card weekend begins with our game on ESPN and ABC. Saturday, 4:35 Eastern. Josh Allen and the 10-6 Bills take on Deshaun Watson and the AFC South champion Texans from NRG Stadium. Our coverage starts with postseason NFL countdown, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, and both are live on the ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. We'll take a look at our Cageonomics final fight stats for our featherweight bout. 43 ground strikes landed there for Lance Palmer. Actually, you saw a lot of those deflected by Alex Gilpin, but the number that really matters is down there at the bottom. 7 takedowns from Lance the Party Palmer, the 4-time Ohio State All-American wrestler. Here are the takedowns. Timing, explosiveness, power. Catches the flying knee attempt there by Alex Gilpin. Wraps him up, goes immediately, turns the corner to side control. Every single time, Lance Palmer grabs a hold of the legs, the waist, and immediately turns an angle. You saw Gilpin fighting for a neck here. Can't secure a significant choke attempt. This was the big elevation on the takedown attempt from Gilpin. Palmer able to reverse it. Secures the takedown for himself. Once again, ducks underneath some strikes from Gilpin. And that's the story. Lance the Party Palmer once again puts on a dominant wrestling display. And Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside of our PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 50-43, 50-44, and 50-44. All for your winner by unanimous decision, your newest millionaire and the 2019 PFL Featherweight Champion of the World, Lance the Party Palmer!
Back-to-back titles.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Pete Murray, the CEO of the Professional Fighters League, to present the $2 million check to Lance Palmer. Lance, you had a great game plan, tenacious wrestling. Was that the plan for this one?
It was actually more to strike, but to be honest, I came into this camp, with some injuries, some lingering things, and didn't get to perform near to how I wanted to, but I was able to do enough to get the job done against a guy who's super tough, and he's tough every time I fight him, and he gets tougher every time I fight him. So I really appreciate Alex Gilpin as an opponent because he's made me push the 3 times that we did fight this year.
Always a class act, ladies and gentlemen, the new champion, back-to-back, Lance Palmer.
2 featherweight belts, 2 season championships, and 2 $1 million checks for Lance the Party Palmer. Big hug for Mom there. His wife Jessie inside the cage. His new team standing behind him. There is his dad. Lance Palmer caps off another dominant season here in PFL Season 2. Still coming up, another attempt at a repeat championship. 2018 lightweight champion Natan Schulte bringing his submission game front and center and seeking a $2 million payday. But his opponent has the pride of a nation riding on his back. Tajikistan's Loic Rajabov is looking for the upset and the 2019 PFL title. We already saw Argentina get its first major MMA title. Will the same happen for Tajikistan when we come back? Bowl Mania keeps on rolling after New Year with 2 more games Thursday on ESPN and the ESPN app. BC and number 21 Cincinnati square off in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. Then at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Indiana looks for their first bowl win since 1991 when they take on Tennessee in the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. 6 title fights tonight, 2 champions already crowned. There's the first one at light heavyweight, Emiliano Sordi, $1 million richer tonight. And Lance the Party Palmer just made history, completing back-to-back title runs in season 1 and 2 of Professional Fighters League. But wait, there's more. 4 more world championships. At lightweight, Nathan Schulte looks to repeat. At heavyweight, a couple of big-time wrestling pedigrees on display. I cannot wait for David Michaud, Ray Cooper III. That one will not go the distance. And women's lightweight history being made. Never before has a major mixed martial arts belt been awarded at 155 pounds for women. There's Ray Cooper III. We will see him later tonight. He made it to the finals last year, but he was upset by Magomed Karimov. Can he get the job done tonight? A PFL newcomer right there is his opponent, David Michaud. Proud member of the Ogallala Lakota Sioux Nation. Grew up on a reservation in South Dakota. Now lives in Trains in Phoenix, Arizona. Drove all the way here because he does not fly. But the next fight, we turn our attention to the lightweight division. We could see another repeat champion. Nathan Schulte is actually unbeaten in his last 9 fights, including last year's title bout. His opponent, the number 7 seed, is a heavy underdog. Loic Rajabov wants that crown badly. There he is, Loic Rajabov, Jaguar Paw, as they call him. He's the first fighter in the PFL to represent Tajikistan. And actually, professional MMA is currently banned in his home nation. With a win tonight in his title fight, Rajabov actually hopes to change that. That is the ambassador to the United Nations of Tajikistan right there. There's the returning champion on a mission of his own. In 2017, Nathan Schulte could barely make ends meet after he moved to the United States. He then lost his U.S. debut. A year later, he entered the PFL, and since then, he's changed the entire path of his career and his life.
Nathan Schulte submits Jason Hyde. This is just a street brawl in Long Beach.
É que nem o treinador meu fala que o lutador vive de dúvida, vive de desafios, né? Então eu acredito que todo mundo olhava para mim como um underdog e que não fosse nem chegar nem talvez nos playoffs, e eu acabei mostrando luta após luta que o meu valor, que eu era um lutador que...
He made it through the playoffs and into the championship. Just 5 fights after suffering his last loss, Schulte was fighting for a world title and $1 million. His American dream there for the taking.
Eu acho que foi talvez um reconhecimento de todo o trabalho que eu tive desde de criança, né? Desde de adolescente que eu comecei a treinar, e todo aquele esforço desde quando eu comecei valeu a pena naquele momento, vendo que todo aquele caminho que eu fiz para trás, que foi um caminho doloroso e difícil, valeu a pena naquele momento.
New PFL lightweight champion of the world, Nathan Schulte.
Eu me lembro que há muito tempo atrás, eu antes de vir para os Estados Unidos e chegar na América Top Team, eu queria algum jeito de treinar aqui, de treinar na América Top Team. Eu sonhava com isso, eu sonhava de eu estar treinando. E hoje chegar lá na academia e ver que eu tenho uma foto, um cinturão estampado lá, é uma coisa para mim que eu sonhava muito em só poder estar aqui treinando. E foi quão difícil foi, eu consegui chegar aqui. Hoje eu tenho um cinturão na academia e uma foto lá estampada na Galeria dos Campeões.
Tonight, Less than 2 years after coming to America, Nathan Schulte looks to run his U.S. unbeaten streak to 10 while claiming his second consecutive world title. Should he pull it off, it truly would be an amazing accomplishment. So Nathan Schulte looking to repeat as champion, looking to continue an unbeaten streak. There's a guy who knows a little something about both. Former heavyweight world champion. He had a couple unbeaten streaks of his own.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson in the house at Madison Square Garden in the Hulu Theater. Lightweight action next.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by New York Sports Club, by Caged Muscle, by Rich Energy, Live Rich, and by Manscaped.com, #1 in men's below-the-waist grooming.
Welcome back to the 2019 Professional Fighters League Championship. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. That's Times Square. The ball's gonna drop in a couple hours, but it's raining out there. Raining outside, everyone's still happy and excited. There's fireworks in this building, Randy Couture.
Absolutely, and the PFL's making it rain.
How about that, Rory McDonald? Speaking of making it rain, big signing for the Professional Fighters League. Former championship contender in the UFC, former Bellator world champion, the newest member of our Professional Fighters League welterweight roster. He'll be watching Ray Cooper III and Mishad later with advanced interest. But first, lightweights. There's the 7th seed, Loic Radzhabov. the lone representative on our roster from the nation of Tajikistan, and there are a lot of flags from Tajikistan in the crowd tonight. Proud, proud representative, and this fight carries a lot of weight for him.
Absolutely. You talk about making history. Here's a guy who gets a chance to potentially see the sport approved in his country if he does well here this evening.
There's Natan Schulte, Season 1 lightweight champion, unbeaten in his last 9 fights, including, of course, that championship tilt a year ago against Rashid Magomedov. That was a close fight. Loic Radzhabov and his camp talked about things they could learn from that. We will see how it plays out over 5 5-minute rounds between Natan Schulte and Loic Radzhabov. Slight leg reach advantage in favor of the Brazilian. Both of these relatively young men. Natan Schulte only 27 years of age. Loic Radzhabov still shy of 30 himself. Natan Schulte is 2 inches tall. Lillian Garcia gets our 3rd of 6 title fights started.
Championship action continues right now with the lightweight title fight. This is brought to you by SeatGeek, where you can score the best deals on tickets. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestler, standing at 5'8", weighing in officially at 155 pounds. In 15 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 victories, 1 defeat, and 1 draw, with 10 wins by stoppage. He is the number 7 seed, fighting out of Dushanbe, Tajikistan. Here is Loic Jaguar Paul Radzhabov. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He specializes in judo, standing at 5'10", officially weighing in at 154 pounds. In 23 professional bouts, he has a record of 19 victories, 3 defeats, and 1 draw. He is the number 1 seed and was last year's PFL lightweight champion, fighting out of Joinville, Brazil. Here is Natan Schulte. Your referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
Mike Beltran equipped with our Manscaped referee cam there in case he needs to take us inside the action. Natan Schulte, Season 1 champion in the red shorts. Loic Radzhabov representing Tajikistan in the silver. Number 1 seed versus number 7 here. 5 5-minute rounds at 155 pounds. Leg kick misses there for Natan Schulte. Low leg kick there. Immediately, Radzhabov gets to work, digs into the body. And we saw this all season long from Loic Radzhabov, Randy. He strides forward regardless of his own safety and engages in these big, heavy striking battles.
Amazing, and it's the first time we've seen Schulte all season long back up. He normally is the guy that's pushing that pressure and coming forward.
Radzhabov, heavy leather early here. Not even 1 minute gone in this lightweight bout. The 3rd of 6 title fights at Madison Square Garden's Hulu Theater tonight. Front kick attempts there from Natan Schulte.
For the judo, we get into that clinch situation. Schulte has got amazing judoka. He will find a way to dump you on the mat.
A poking leg kick there from the rear leg of Natan Schulte. The left hand from Loic Radzhabov. Nice heavy leg kick there, lands on the lead leg of Schulte.
You can hear the Tajikistan crowd chanting, Loic, Loic.
His manager compared what Loic could be in Tajikistan to what Khabib Nurmagomedov is in Dagestan and Russia. Never before has a major world-class athlete come out of that small nation. He could be the first. Uppercut just misses there for Loic Radzhabov. Take a look inside.
Don't let it go. Defend. Yep, that's it. Move yourself. Move your head. Fake it. Fake it. Close yourself. Yep, that's it. Beautiful block. That's it. Hit him low. Yeah, that's it. Movement. That's it. Knee.
Natan Schulte did note in our fighter meetings that he expects this year's performance to be even better than his championship bout last year because there was a conflict of interest. Big,
that was a big right hook
there.
Big right hook by Natan Schulte. Sorry to interrupt you there, Sean.
That's much more important. Loic appears to have recovered somewhat, but scary moment there. Stunned was Loic Rajabov. And now Schulte drags the Tajikistan representative to the mat. We've seen him here working on top quite a bit this year. As I was saying, Randy, Natan Schulte, there was a bit of an inter-gym conflict because he and Rashid Magomedov both trained with the American top team, so they kind of had to split camps and split coaches last year in the finals. Well, this year his corner, and we of course looked inside of his corner, has everybody he needs. Nice underhook there for Loic Rajabov.
Looked like he was going to settle into a choke attempt there.
Every time Loic Rajabov sits up, Natan Schulte goes to hang on the head.
Scramble by Rajabov.
Rajabov right back to his feet and immediately goes to work. Got to be careful of these clinches with the judo expert. Confidence building here for Natan Schulte after he clipped Loic Rajabov. Big left hand, followed with a right from Rajabov. More low leg kicks from Schulte. Frenetic pace here early in the first round.
Amazing. Gas tanks by both these guys. No slowing down. Ooh, big right hand by Loic Rajabov.
That calf kick is very in style right now in the sport of mixed martial arts. And the reason is because it's effective.
It hurts.
Rajabov asking for his mouthpiece to be replaced there. Gets a quick timeout. Nice jab from Rajabov. Another, and a right hand to follow it, partially blocked by Schulte. That shovel uppercut coming from Loic Rajabov. Leg kick from Rajabov. Right hand sneaks over the guard of Natan Schulte. Loic Rajabov pouring on the volume here late in round one. 30 seconds remain in the first frame. Heavy exchanges already. Nice shovel uppercut again from Rajabov. The front kick just misses. A nice jab again. 5 seconds remain. Round two when we return. Schulte closes it out with a big punch.
So as we see these two Mack trucks coming together, as Natan Schulte puts it, Rajabov reaches his hands out, Schulte comes over with the right hook right on the jaw and stuns Loic Rajabov.
That was the biggest punch of round one, and what a round it was. A couple of bad boys squaring off for the 155-pound title. The new movie Bad Boys for Life, starring Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, in theaters January 17th. Right back to the action we go. Loic Rajabov in the silver trunks, Natan Schulte in the red, looking to repeat as champion. Rajabov chasing Natan Schulte around. One thing about Loic Rajabov, Randy, every single time he is within striking range, he's throwing something.
Absolutely letting him go. And we've been seeing Natan Schulte for 9 fights now, I've never seen him back up like this. Radzhabov just wades through him and keeps throwing bombs.
As somebody who was pretty dependent on a forward fighting style, I can tell you it gets very uncomfortable when somebody forces you out of that comfort zone.
There's a shot, nice shot by Schulte.
Schulte ducks all the way under, all the way around, and ends up on top. Loic Radzhabov with an underhook here. He gives up his back, but shrugs out of it. Close to an elbow there from Loic Radzhabov. Right back to work. 2 left hands land and a right.
Radzhabov just chopping Nathan Schulte down. Will not let him have some space.
Loic Radzhabov may be building some momentum as Nathan Schulte looks to clinch here. Nice strong inside leg kick there from Schulte. But Radzhabov constantly keeping punches in the defending champion's face.
Tajikistan ambassador to the UN watching intently as his countryman is a good showing for himself here.
Successful takedown there from Nathan Schulte. A brief reprieve from the pressure here of Loic Radzhabov.
Nice scramble by Radzhabov, used his legs effectively to sweep Nathan Schulte over.
Randy, Nathan Schulte led the Professional Fighters League in takedowns for the 2nd consecutive year. He's going to be seeking more of those as he continues to wear punishment. That one to the body as Radzhabov digs, and a left hook lands over the top.
Big knee.
Punishing pace here. Halfway through round number 2.
Wow,
big uppercut from Loic Radzhabov. Another from Radzhabov, and another. Nathan Schulte wears all of them and answers with a shot to the body of his own. Radzhabov shrugs off the 2018 champ and goes right back to work.
Radzhabov's got to be asking himself, what is keeping this guy in my face?
Well, Nathan Schulte is tough, he is skilled, he is a complete mixed martial artist, and we are seeing with this frantic pace through about 8 minutes now that both of these guys are in great shape. Once more, the mouthpiece comes out for Loic Radzhabov.
Warning from the referee, make sure you keep that mouthpiece in. You can't keep spitting that thing out. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just getting hit.
Schulte pressing Loic Radzhabov against the cage here. Perhaps looking to set up another takedown. Radzhabov gives him a right hand for his efforts. Another uppercut. Now Schulte dives in on a single leg attempt, head inside. Switches it up.
There's Isabella Schulte, Nathan's wife, watching intently.
You can see the look on her face. Fight. She is not enjoying every exchange in this fight, and understandably so. Loic Radzhabov continues to dig the uppercuts, the short hooks. Schulte goes to the leg kick.
When both these guys like to come forward, that makes for a brawl, and it has certainly been all of that.
Hammering away at these 255-pounders. Nice knee attempt there from Loic Radzhabov. Pulling the head of Nathan Schulte down to his knee. Schulte throws a right hand and dives in on a leg, but gets shrugged back up by Loic Radzhabov. 30 seconds remain here in round number 2. Take a breath if you can.
Oh, nice knee by Nathan Schulte. Snuck it up there as Radzhabov brought his head down.
Trip attempt there by Schulte, countered by Radzhabov, but right back to their feet they come. Up and down goes Loic Radzhabov to close out the round on top. Round 3 next. the stars showing out tonight at Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. American hero Kamaru Usman, Triple C Henry Cejudo, and the legendary Renzo Gracie sitting cage side. Treated to a beautiful 155-pound title fight. Natan Schulte, the Brazilian, looking to repeat as champion. Loic Rajabov of Tajikistan in the silver trunks, looking to pull off the upset as the number 7 seed, who earned his way into tonight with a couple of nasty grinding performances in our PFL playoffs. And Randy, one important thing here, Loic Rajabov has been taken down, but he's been able to shrug Natan Schulte, get back up, and he's also avoided a lot of the judo throws and trip attempts.
He sure has. He's countered them with his hips. He brings his hips in every time Schulte tries to lock him up and get him out of position. He's done a great job of countering there. He's got a takedown of his own against Schulte, which I don't think we've seen in the years that we've been watching Schulte.
Look down there at the bottom of your screen, the distance traveled by these men in this fight. If you want to simulate that for yourself, grab a heavy bag, run a mile with it while you're punching it.
Actually put yourself in a 30-foot cage and see how long it takes you to go 4,000 feet.
Goodness gracious, and they go right back to work, digging to the body as Loic Rajabov. This is the kind of stuff I like, Randy. No footwork, no head movement. Stand toe-to-toe and let's go. Rock'em sock'em, pounding away at one another. And it's not like these punches haven't landed clean. Through 3 rounds, well, 2.5 rounds, we have seen both men land significant shots, both putting excellent chin and cardio on display so far. And we are not yet halfway done with this lightweight title fight.
I think we got 1 round apiece here. Figure out who's going to sort out this 3rd round, and then we get into championship territory at this frenetic pace. It's unbelievable.
You see there on the Cageonomics numbers, both of these guys over 100 strikes thrown. Loic Rajabov closing in quickly on 200 strikes thrown through less than 3 rounds. Will the pace slow? Now Natan Schulte throws in a little bit of bob, a little bit of weave. Randy, if it comes down to a battle of pure will, I don't really know who you give the advantage to. We saw both of these guys get to this point. Well, Natan Schulte, he's displayed it over the course of 2 seasons, but Loic Rajabov, he basically gritted his way to the championship as Schulte lands another big left hand.
Yeah, unbelievable pace by both these guys. Nobody backing down, nobody giving an inch. Standing in the middle and shoe shining each other, just
nice body shots. Natan Schulte has not had a knockout victory since 2014. He's content to stand and slug away. He's a submission expert, a judo expert. This is a striking battle. Will we see him incorporate his well-rounded skill set? It's Rajabov who pushes forward for a takedown.
Schulte does a nice job of recovering, using the fence, getting his feet back under him, and not going to the mat.
Nice leg kick attempt there from Schulte. Rajabov continues to lean and press forward.
Rajabov's looking a little weary right now. It's starting to show a little.
We saw him get exhausted through 5 playoff rounds, 2 separate fights in Las Vegas, but 5 playoff rounds. He was able to grit it out. Can he do the same against the championship caliber fighter like Natan Schulte? This is a brutal pace through 3 rounds. Inside of 1 minute left here for lightweight championship and $1 million.
Oh, he's hurting him with those leg chopping those legs out from under Rajabov.
Now Rajabov hanging heavy on the neck of Schulte.
We've seen 34 leg strikes from Natan Schulte in this fight so far, and counting 35. And these leg calf kicks are really starting to affect Rajabov.
Rajabov, the fatigue showing, and when your legs get punished like that and you get tired, that is what happens. Schulte lands in the mount, full mount, but only 7 seconds left. Round 3 comes to a close with Schulte in mount.
From the opening bell, we see Nathan Schulte throw those leg kicks. There's number 35, and number 36 comes and ends up in a mount. He has worn him down, chopping out those legs of Loic Rajabov.
Rajabov in the silver trunks, Nathan Schulte in the red. Back to the action we go. Lightweight championship and a belt on the line. 4th round started here. Loic Rajabov looking for a takedown. Nathan Schulte, though, with the body lock.
Slips around to his back, almost gets his back. Rajabov uses the fence to keep Nathan off of his back.
Front kick attempt there for Rajabov. Goes back to work with his hands. A little bit more bounce. During the break between rounds, Randy, Loic Rajabov didn't even get on the stool. He crumpled against the side of the cage, never stood up until they were ready to get this one started. Right hand lands there for Loic Rajabov.
You see Rajabov backing up and moving away a little bit, not plodding forward as he's been throughout this entire fight. We're in championship territory here in the 4th round. We've got a 2 rounds to 1. Rajabov with 1 round. There's another low leg kick, and his legs are just sore. They're just done.
And once again, Nathan Schulte knocks down Loic Rajabov with a low calf kick.
That's number 37.
Lands in the mount here. And now he goes to work on top with plenty of time in round number 4. 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Set up a side choke. Here it comes. He's going to slide his ear into that. Rajabov sees it coming. He's trying to defend it. But that's what Nathan Schulte is trying to set up.
And this is what
there it is right here.
3 of his 4 opponents this year, he finished via submission. He wants it down here. Now, these guys are significantly wet and slippery. There's an exhaustion factor for both individuals. Loic Rajabov doing anything he can to try and get Nathan Schulte off of him, but Schulte doing an excellent job of maintaining the mount, lacing his legs.
For Schulte to continue to come under that arm and work it up by his ear and then slide his ear under. Create that arm triangle. Very classic judo choke.
Back to the feet they go. And once again,
Rajabov's having trouble moving. Oh boy, he's having trouble moving.
Schulte might get a finish off those leg kicks alone if Rajabov can't continue to stand back up.
That's 38 leg kicks, and they've all been on those lower calves.
Like a baseball bat grinding into that side muscle on the shin and calf of Loic Rajabov. Nathan Schulte once again to the mount, starting to pull away here in round number 4.
Digging that head in, trying to secure that arm.
A year ago, Nathan Schulte earned a hard-fought, very razor-close, thin decision victory over Rashid Magomedov for a Season 1 championship. Can he do the same in season 2? Looking to repeat as Loic Radzhabov reaches over for a Kimura attempt.
Half guard by Nathan Schulte.
90 seconds remain here in round number 4.
Just a torrential pace by both of these guys. Really remarkable.
Schulte went to a hammer fist there on that low leg of Loic Radzhabov.
Choke.
Oh, here comes the guillotine.
It's tight. Radzhabov's rolling to his side to alleviate the pressure. He's got it pretty tight. Oh, too sweaty. Able to get out of there.
Excellent defense there by Loic Radzhabov. Nathan Schulte continues the pressure from the top position. .30 seconds remain in round number 4. Nathan Schulte, season 1 lightweight champion, on top of the challenger Loic Radzhabov, the number 7 seed out of Tajikistan. There's the 10-second clapper. One more round. That's it for round number 4. Nathan Schulte finishes on top. Round 4, all Nathan Schulte there.
Radzhabov walking back to his corner, gingerly on those legs. They are very, very sore. Not sure icing those is a great idea. They're going to stiffen up, aren't they?
I don't know what you do when the swelling is already that acute.
Yeah. Wow, big kick. I think that was number 36. Dropped him right to mount.
Great awareness there by Nathan Schulte to immediately jump to the mount. Don't waste any time sliding knee passing. He just jumps right down.
It's 38 or 39 right there.
A gritty performance by both of these individuals. Does Loic Radzhabov have any life left in that lead leg? His left leg is a hamburger, and Nathan Schulte looking to pull away and maybe even get a finish here late.
Yeah, he is having trouble walking on that. Here we go, round number 5, championship round.
Radzhabov starts with a southpaw stance, keeping that left leg, that tender left leg behind him. Nathan Schulte calmly stalking, throws up a front kick. Left hand's tested out there by Loic Radzhabov.
There's Nathan Schulte controlling the cage, and where this fight happens for about 60, almost 65% of the fight.
And a lot of that has happened, I think, here in these last 2 rounds.
2 or 3 rounds, absolutely, because it was all Loic Radzhabov in that first round until he got clipped, until he got hit with that one good shot.
One minute gone here in the 5th and final round. Another leg kick attempt there from Schulte. Radzhabov dives in on a single. Head inside. Turns the corner and gets Nathan Schulte down. Right back to his feet goes the Brazilian.
Radzhabov's too high, Nathan counters. Trying to take Radzhabov's back now.
Back to their feet they go, circling toward the center of the cage. Nice right hand there from Loic Radzhabov. Schulte shrugs it off. Uppercut there from Loic, another. The crowd from Tajikistan getting excited about these exchanges. Nathan Schulte continues to stalk forward.
Both these guys' cardio is just ridiculous. They are in great shape.
This pace is absurd, even for 155 pounds. Hard whizzer there by Nathan Schulte to try and avoid this body lock takedown. Great strength there by Loic Radzhabov, and he lands in side control, but his arm is trapped underneath Nathan Schulte. Loic Radzhabov's right arm is deep past the waist of Nathan Schulte. He'll try and isolate Natan Schulte right on with his own left leg and see if he can go to work with some ground and pound. Half a round left in this 5-round lightweight title bout.
Pulls full guard, Natan Schulte using his legs. Nice sweep by Natan Schulte. Beautiful over-under sweep, flips those hips, and Loic Radzhabov finds himself in half guard.
Randy, what do you think of Loic Radzhabov's strategy here? I would think these last 2 minutes, might want to stay on the feet. There's Natan Schulte's corner.
Hold his hands.
Radzhabov hanging heavy on the head of Natan Schulte. Less than 2 minutes for him to get a finish. There's Isabella Dares Schulte, Natan's wife, cheering on her husband in hopes for a second championship consecutively and another $1 million check. Living the American dream. They came from Brazil just a couple years ago with next to nothing. Couldn't afford a car. A year ago, he took home $1 million. He's on the precipice of another huge payday here.
Again, Radzhabov gets his back, but he's too high. Natan uses it to slip out the back and get on top of himself. Half guard, steps to half guard. Thought he was going to go to full mount there, but he's, I think, content in half guard. I think he really wants to set up that arm triangle.
Does Loic Radzhabov have anything left with less than 1 minute remaining here in round number 5?
He's certainly scrambling, trying to create a scramble. He knows he can't spend the rest of the round here. There's no way he's going to win the round.
What an impressive performance, gritty performance by both of these individuals. Constant scramble, constant movement, constantly looking to gain purchase and advantage. Inside of 30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds remain. Natan Schulte to the back now of Loic Radzhabov, who tries to roll out. Once again to full mount is Natan Schulte. He will finish this lightweight championship bout on top. Natan Schulte feels like he's done enough to repeat as PFL lightweight champion. Loic Radzhabov, an intense performance there. Proud representative of Tajikistan. I don't know how the judges are going to see this one, but nothing for either of these individuals to hang their head about. Gritty, strong performance. Ultimately, Natan Schulte looks like perhaps he has outlasted the number 7 seeded challenger. We'll find out how the judges saw it, and if Natan Schulte repeats as champion when we come back. Tomorrow we'll have 2 more bowl games for you, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. You can watch one on TV, one on the app. BJ Fleck and the 18th ranked Minnesota Golden Gophers take on freshman QB Bo Nix and number 12 Auburn in the Outback Bowl on ESPN. And on ABC, Jim Harbaugh leads his number 14 Michigan Wolverines against Nick Saban's number 13 Alabama Crimson Tide in the VRBO Citrus Bowl in Orlando. There's one guy who already has back-to-back titles. Lance the Party Palmer celebrating with his second $1 million check. The question is, did we just see somebody else secure a back-to-back championship? Here's our Cageonomics final fight stats. Relatively even in these striking numbers. The leg strikes, though, for Natan Schulte. He landed nearly 40 kicks, and some of those powerful enough to take Loic Rajabov off of his feet. How did the judges see it? Well, we'll find out in just a moment. Here's some replays for you. Loic Rajabov, anytime he's in striking range, throwing, landing heavy shots early and often in this fight. Schulte comes back with a nice left. And another excellent head movement there from the Brazilian champion. Low kick there, took Rajabov right off of his feet. Schulte moves directly to the mount. And again, the same thing. Excellent awareness there from Natan Schulte. You put those low leg kicks in as bank deposits and you cash in on them a little bit later. He feels like he did enough. How did the judges see it? Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 49-44, 49-46, and 48-47, all for the winner by unanimous decision. Your newest millionaire and the 2019 PFL Lightweight Champion of the World, Natan Schulte!
The belt to 155, world champion in the heavyweight division, Mike Tyson. And presenting the check to Natan Schulte, the repeat performance CEO of the Professional Fighters League, Pete Murray. Natan, amazing performance, grinding fight, torrential pace. How did you feel in this?
Thank you, PFL. Thanks so much. I love fight. I love training. Thank you, everybody here. My family, my wife is here. My Dan, thank you for the opportunity to train in the gym. American Top Team is the best. Thank my coach, Catel, Parrumpa, Macarrão. Thank everybody. I love it. I love it. Thanks so much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back championships, Natan Schulte.
Eu queria agradecer muito e deixar um recado aqui porque eu vim de uma família humilde, eu vim de uma terra humilde e eu queria agradecer muito a Deus, a Jesus Cristo por estar abençoando a minha vida. Eu não merecia tudo isso, mas eu agradeço muito a Jesus Cristo e a honra e a glória é sempre dele. Em nome de Jesus Cristo, amém.
I come from a humble beginnings. I come from a poor city, from a poor family. I would like to thank everybody here that is cheering for me and against me. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless your family. I love PFL. Thank you.
Once again, a repeat champion. Natan Schulte won it all in Season 1. He wins it again in Season 2, and 3 of our 6 World Championship belts have been awarded. Emiliano Sordi, you get $1 million check. Lance Palmer, you get $1 million check. And of course, Natan Schulte at 155 pounds, $1 million and another belt for him. Still to come, the two-time Olympic judo gold medalist, Kayla Harrison. Also coming up, another fight that promises fireworks, Ray Cooper III. He was here fighting for a championship last year. Unfortunately, he did not find victory against Magomed Karimov. Next up, the big boys will be swinging for the fences and a heavyweight title. Three-time All-American wrestler from Oklahoma State, Jared Rosholt, hopes to avoid the big thunder from Olympian Ali Isaev when the 2019 PFL Championship returns. Welcome back to the 2019 PFL Championship. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, cage side. There's the ball about to drop at Times Square. We're just a few blocks away at the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. It's a little warmer in here.
I think so.
And the celebrations in here have been well underway. We've awarded 3 different titles. Rich Energy Cage Side Club, there it is. Big thank you to our friends at Rich Energy for bringing premium performance energy to the Professional Fighters League. Don't forget, tomorrow on ESPN and the ESPN app, it's the granddaddy of them all. Number 6 ranked Oregon takes on the 8th ranked Wisconsin Badgers in the Rose Bowl game. Presented by Northwestern Mutual, 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, followed by number 5 Georgia and number 7 Baylor in the All-State Sugar Bowl. And on to the heavyweights we go. Halfway through the biggest night in mixed martial arts. 6 title fights, 6 $1 million belts, still 3 to go. Next, the heavyweight championship between Ali Isaev and Jared Rosholt. It's Russia versus the United States. Rocky IV, here we come. There's Isaev, a 2008 Olympian in freestyle wrestling. He's still undefeated at 8-0 in MMA. He knocked out the number 1 seed, Denis Goltsov, in the semifinals with just 1 second remaining on the clock. The other side of this showdown between wrestling titans is right there. Jared Rosholt, three-time All-American at Oklahoma State University. He actually remains the winningest heavyweight in OSU's storied wrestling history. Schulte has had success in MMA as well, going 6-2 in the UFC. Tonight, he looks to win his first major MMA title.
When I got done with wrestling, I thought, well, I don't know if I want to wrestle anymore, but I love to compete. And so I decided, yeah, I'm going to keep competing. Just the transition into MMA, it's not a wrestling match, you know. You can be the most decorated wrestler ever, but it doesn't matter whenever you get out there and you're throwing punches and stuff. This isn't a wrestling match.
Good knee by Schulte. Didn't expect that one.
Surprising everybody at the building with a lead knee.
You have to work your way up. I mean, you're fighting in casinos, you're fighting for not very much money. It's a hard living to make.
The mama's boy underneath the heavy blanket that is Schulte, who goes right to the mount.
I'm not an interesting person as far as I came from this crazy background, or I'm this wild guy that gets up there and gets in people's faces and, you know, it's on the news or whatever for, you know, doing something crazy. And that's not me. I'm kind of a normal guy.
Nice little combination there, trying to close the distances, Schulte.
The PFL was so interesting to me because it was pure sport. I've always grown up that way, you know. You win or you lose, and you walk away and be respectable. You fight for something, you know. It's like walking up the steps for the PFL fights. It's like, what do you fight for? I mean, you fight for something. Do I love fighting? I like fighting. Do I love it? I don't know. But I fight for something, that's for sure. I fight for a better life.
Herb Dean steps in to stop it. What a turn of events. Schulte reverses his fortune.
For my family and stuff, you want to leave something behind when you go. This is opportunity, and you got to take advantage of it. I hope that my kids know later on down the road when they're older to understand that I did it all for them. I mean, they're my biggest success. Fighting's not, wrestling's not. To be a good dad is the #1 thing for me. If they can look back and say, man, this is crazy, you did all this stuff. I did it for you guys, but really what mattered the most to me was to be your dad and to set a good example and just be a good person.
There's Schulte's wife, Susie. He's got cousins here in attendance. His younger brother, Blake, is here. They all want to see if Jared Schulte could take home the belt and $1 million. that is what all of our finalists are contesting tonight. I got one of those, Randy Couture. It's under my guest room bed right now.
Oh.
When I get the new office, I'm going to get it set up. Ali Isaev, the number 5 seeded heavyweight, earned his way into this bout with a last-second finish. Literally, last-second finish. Unbelievable over Denis Goltsov. One of our great moments in the playoffs. There's Jared Rosholt, a 3-time All-American at Oklahoma State. Great mixed martial arts record. And Randy, I feel some camaraderie with him because we've talked to him over the course of the season. And he said, yeah, this might be my last go. He has an opportunity to go out on the highest note of his career right here.
Really, really spectacular. And actually, in talking to him, I felt a lot more comfortable. When you start the season saying, oh, I'm thinking about retiring, that's not really the right mindset for this sport. And he put that in perspective talking to him the other day, saying, yeah, I got nothing to lose. I'm going to go out with a bang. And here he is in the finals.
So these two heavyweights, how do they match up from a physical standpoint? Ali Isaev, 3 inches of an advantage in the arms. Jared Rosholt, 3.5-inch advantage in the legs. Only 8 pounds between these two heavyweights. That's not a lot of disparity in this division.
No, definitely not. Both these guys, strong wrestling pedigrees. Ali Isaev, 2008 Olympian for Azerbaijan. Jared Rosholt, obviously collegiate All-American 3 times, most winningest heavyweight in the history of Oklahoma State University, something I'm a little familiar with. My alma mater. So
what do you know about that, Randy?
I'm going to have to sit still.
Lillian Garcia gets the heavyweight started inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Fight fans, this next championship fight is in the heavyweight division, and it is a classic Russia versus USA matchup. This bout is brought to you by the new movie Bad Boys for Life, starring Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, in theaters January 17th. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestler, standing at 6'2", weighing in officially at 251 pounds. In 27 professional bouts, he has a record of 20 victories and 7 defeats, with 7 wins by knockout. He is the number 7 seed, fighting out of Sandpoint, Idaho, and representing the United States of America. Here is Jared the Big Show Rosholt! His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also a wrestler, standing at 6'3", weighing in officially at 259 pounds. He has an undefeated record of 8-0 and was a 2008 Olympian in freestyle wrestling. He is the number 5 seed, fighting out of Dagestan, Russia. Here is Ali Isaev. Your referee in charge, Dan Murgliata.
3 large men inside the cage as Dan Murgliata completes the trifecta there. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture cage side. Jared Rosholt in the gray trunks. Ali Isaev in the light blue. 5 5-minute heavyweight rounds for a world championship and $1 million. The 4th of 6 titles to be awarded tonight in PFL Season 2. Leg kick to start the action there from Jared Rosholt. Another leg kick from Rosholt. Spinning wheel kick there, just grazed Jared Rosholt. Isaev feels like he might have hurt him. Nice long hook there from Rosholt. Backs Ali Isaev up.
For a big guy, Isaev moves really, really well.
He's very athletic. Yeah, he's extremely athletic. Dives in after the right hand there on a takedown attempt. He's able to complete it. Moves immediately to side control, trying to separate Jared Rosholt from the fence where he could potentially work his way up.
It's like Isaev is going to sit to a traditional wrestling headlock here. The last person I seen do this was Mark Coleman years ago in the UFC. This can turn into a pretty difficult neck crank if he sets it up right.
Rochelle trying to go out the back door here, trying to squeeze his head out.
Nice job by Rochelle to use that arm across the waist and find his way out the back door, exactly like you said, Sean.
And we talked about the wrestling pedigree coming into this fight, Randy. You've got Jared Rosholt, collegiate All-American 3 times over, former Olympian in freestyle. Which style translates better to mixed martial arts? Worth noting, by the way, that back in 2008 when Ali Isaev represented Azerbaijan, he was eliminated from the Olympic tournament by the eventual champion, who then got stripped of his medal for being on steroids. So he only lost to a guy who was not only the best in the field, but was also juiced.
He is a very, very, very good athlete. And I think of the wrestling styles, the collegiate style translates to fighting much better. It's more about control, it's more about position. But you're dealing with a top-level athlete. Front choke attempt by Isaev.
Thinks better of the choke attempt and tries to go to work with a couple hammer fists there on Jared Rosholt. Rosholt works back to his feet once again. 2 takedowns, 2 escapes.
Maybe a little contrast between 155-pounders and the heavyweights.
Well, the thing that people don't understand sometimes when watching fights that start with this style, it's actually, and you know this better than anyone, Randy, it's exhausting. Yeah. Pressing a big body up against the cage, every little muscle firing. And you were doing it at what, 220 pounds against the big guys?
Yeah, well, those are 2 very big men.
Isaev stalking forward here, Rosholt pawing with his left. David Michaud out there underneath the escalator. That's the best warm-up spot at Madison Square Garden. That's where I was last year.
Nice leg kick by Jared Rosholt.
That welterweight fight will be next. Spinning back kick there from Ali Isaev. Michaud will take on Ray Cooper III. Both of those guys coming off big performances in our playoffs. Both own some knockout victories this year as well. Inside 1 minute remaining here in the first round of our heavyweight title bout. An exchange of kicks, 250 plus pounds behind all of them. Nice left hand there from Rosholt. Isaev ducks under though, forces another takedown.
Guillotine attempt by Rosholt. Not sure if it's tight, can't see his hands.
Kicking his left leg up over there. He must feel like it's worth at least squeezing on. You see Isaev fighting the hands there with his own left. Both men appear content to kind of ride out the round here. You see Rosholt somewhat nonplussed by the exchange here. 5 seconds remain in round 1. 1 round down in the heavyweight title bout. Back in a moment.
Round 2, gentlemen, let's go.
Welcome back to the 2019 PFL Championships. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture. Ali Isaev opens round 2 with a spinning wheel kick. Heavyweight title bout in what has been an action-packed evening so far at Madison Square Garden's Hulu Theater.
Some amazing fights tonight. And 3 more amazing fights coming. The pace in this heavyweight division.
An illegal kick just misses there for Ali Isaev.
He's lucky that missed because he was a downed opponent on his knees. And shin went right over Schulte's head. And yes, 2 more championship fights tonight. An amazing action so far.
Isaev just sitting on that shoulder of Jared Schulte. Great defense there for the low single. Isaev, the strength on display there, just shoves the 250-plus pounder. And now he elevates Jared Schulte. Big slam. Ali Isaev isolates the right arm of Jared Schulte. Crucifix ride here, Randy, and a tough spot for Jared Schulte to be in.
You need to put a beeper and a light on that when he picks guys up like that. That's unbelievable.
Crossbody ride here by Ali Isaev. Jared Schulte needs to get his right arm out from between the legs of the Dagestani fighter. 90 seconds gone here in round number 2 of a possible 5 with a heavyweight title and $1 million on the line. This is the biggest night in mixed martial arts. At present moment, quite literally biggest with our heavyweights in the cage. 6 title fights, 6 belts, 6 $1 million prizes. Schulte did a good job extricating himself from that crucifix position. But you can't hang out here long against Ali Isaev.
No, he's got to get his legs in the fight. He's got to start creating some distance and some scrambles and use that collegiate wrestling to get back to his feet, fight hands, and face this guy.
One of the tough things about being a wrestler of such high pedigree for a Jared Schulte is you're not in this position often. On your back, somebody big riding you. He's usually in the reverse here, so the skill set isn't always as developed in escaping from the bottom.
Absolutely true. We are not used to spending a lot of time fighting off of our backs this way. It's one thing to bridge and not get pinned, but then you just turn to go to your stomach and find a way to get up. But then that doesn't happen in fighting the same way.
When I was a high school wrestler, Randy, I grew quite adept at fighting off my back, unfortunately.
Counting lights, were you, Sean?
Inside Isaev's corner.
Punch to the body. Just like that. Go to the torso, 2 minutes. Ali, 2 minutes. Keep punching to the torso. More body punches. Put your right leg on top of him. Sit on top of him. Stride him.
Isaev's cousin, Rashid Magomedov, was a finalist last year. He lost the belt to Natan Schulte. Now he's content to be in the corner of his cousin Ali Isaev, who rides out the round on top of the 3-time All-American from Oklahoma State, Jared Schulte, who so far has had no answer to get up off his back here.
This is a much tougher position with a 260-pound guy sitting on top of you.
The USA chance, a classic USA versus Russia matchup. Right now, unfortunately, for the home crowd at least, all Russia. Inside of 1 minute remains here in round number 2. And Randy, this is one of the criticisms of Jared Schulte in his career. He's an excellent fighter, but there's sometimes questions about how much urgency he puts in when there's situations where he could finish from the top or when he needs to get out from the bottom. People wonder if he's really going all the way as hard as he can. Now, I know, easier said than done to get out from under Ali Isaev, but that's what the criticisms have been.
And I just think heavyweight fights, especially heavyweights like this, is a much different pace. It's a different animal than every other weight class in this sport.
Absolutely true. Ali Isaev in the blue trunks, riding out the round here after the high elevation dump Round 3 next. Randy Couture, you don't see that often at heavyweight.
See the forklift in action. Holy cow. 260 pounds, up and down it goes. And Russell spent the rest of the round in that position, unfortunately.
Third of potentially 5 rounds here as these heavyweights square off. Jared Rosholt, the American, in the gray trunks. Ali Isaev in the light blue, representing Russia. He opens with another spinning kick.
I'd like to see Russell bend his knees a little more, lower his level, and throw those punches from that lower level, and keep wading into Ali that way. And he can hit him. There's a couple nice shots, and that way Ali can't get under him and double leg him the way he's been doing. Bend those knees, throw those, angle those punches up at him from an angle up.
Isaev ducks under again, charges through for another successful takedown attempt. And here he sits into that side control position again, crossbody, working on the midsection there of Jared Rosholt.
Rosholt has got to get his feet into this game and create some space. He's locked his feet in a half guard position. He's got to use those big levers, those legs, to create space, push Isaev's hips off, and create a scramble, and then use his wrestling ability and that scrambling ability to find his way out, at least back to his feet, and maybe back on top of Isaev.
Shoulder pressure, excuse me, forearm pressure there from Ali Isaev. Don't forget, Bad Boys for Life, starring Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, in theaters January 17th, just a couple weeks away. We're already into 2020, Randy. What is happening?
The roaring 20s are back.
Big right hand from the top there by Ali
There's
Isaev.
A scramble, Rosholt in on his own double leg.
Isaev looks for a choke to deter the takedown attempt. Forces Rosholt to address the hands of Ali Isaev. Back to the clinch against the cage they go. 3 minutes remain here in the third round. This the 4th of 6 World Championship fights tonight. The biggest night in MMA. Don't forget, still to come on ESPN2. Kayla Harrison, Larissa Pacheco, the 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison, still undefeated. Larissa Pacheco looking for redemption.
I cannot wait to see that fight. That's going to be an amazing fight. And again, another historic fight here in the Professional Fighters League.
The first time ever that women's 155-pound gold will be up for grabs. Oh, and by the way, a handsome little $1 million check to go along with it. Kayla Harrison wouldn't mind that, I'm quite sure. Rosholt goes to work on the leg of Ali Isaev with some hammer fists. Inside of 2 minutes here in round number 3, Mergliata steps in to encourage a little more action. Significant slowing of the pace here, as is sometimes customary of the heavyweights.
I think Rosholt could be effective in this clinch position. It doesn't appear that he spent a lot of time working on creating space to rip punches up through that space, but he's definitely in the right place. Tough for Ali to take him down or do anything to him when he's got his back to the fence.
Effective striking from these close quarters, much easier said than done, but the man next to me, one of the best to ever do it. So if you can get a Randy Couture tip or two, you might find some success here. They reverse position, and now Ali Isaev goes to work with some uppercuts and a knee or two. Rochold answers, trying to punish the inside leg there. Dan Miragliotta's seen enough against the cage. 1 minute remains here in round number 3. He wants more action. Back to the center they go. Isaev showing a little bit of fatigue, but still able to duck under that left hand from Rochold. Uppercut attempt from Rochold as Isaev tries to dive in.
Nice little leg sweep by Rochold.
Nice right hand from Isaev.
That one was on the button.
And we saw what happened against Denis Goltsov when he let his hands go. Immense power behind that 265-pound frame. Ali Isaev, somewhat reluctant so far in his career to really put punching combinations together. A 4th round ahead at heavyweight. That means something. We'll find out what when we come back. For the first time in that man's career, he will be fighting in a 4th round. Jared Rochold, 30 fights deep in his MMA career, never been to a 4th round. Ali Isaev, only 8 fights under his belt. He has not been to a 4th round either. Heavyweight gold on the line. And another wheel kick there from Ali Isaev. That's 4 for 4. He starts every round with one.
They all landed, and that one landed on the jaw of Jared Rochold.
Shrugs it off. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. Rochold looking to go to work. Right hand sneaks over the top, but now he just presses into the body of Ali Isaev. Both of these guys headed to the corner between rounds 3 and 4, Randy. A little worse for the wear. Fatigue, obviously, a big factor in a heavyweight bout that goes into the deep rounds.
Absolutely. It's tough to find big opponents to train with, to make yourself work as hard as you need to work, especially here in championship territory in the 4th and the 5th round. Guys that are 260 plus pounds.
Requires a lot of oxygen to supply all of the tissues in those big bodies. And right now, Jared Rochold pressing Ali Isaev against the cage. We don't know how the judges have scored this so far, but as we head into round number 4, it doesn't feel like anyone's really in definitive, serious control of this fight.
Yeah, nobody has broken this open yet. I mean, we've seen a couple of nice things. Obviously, Isaev's had the takedowns, and Rochold spent a fair amount of time on his back, and especially in that 2nd round. But nobody really broke it open and done anything definitive to distinguish himself from the other guy.
Now the stars are out tonight here at the Hulu Theater. Mick Foley, WWE Hall of Famer, and by the way, known PFL fan. He's here tonight. Three minutes remain here in round number 4. Ali Isaev, of course, Randy, in this USA versus Russia matchup. He's part of that Dagestani fight lineage. You know, as you said, he represented Azerbaijan in the Olympics, but his roots are in Dagestan, and obviously we have a lot of those guys in the PFL fight roster. They are ubiquitous in the PFL UFC, Bellator, they're everywhere in the fight world.
Absolutely. It's a rich history in combative sports in Russia in general and certainly in Dagestan.
They come up hard. When you talk to them, really any fighter from that Caucasus region, and you ask them what the secret is, why the guys from there are so tough, they say we grow up in hard conditions. It makes you a hard person, and then you can show that in these fights. And now Ali Isaev successfully drags Jared Rosholt to the ground one more time in an otherwise rather uneventful round number 4, as the cardio is really starting to become a factor here. 2 minutes remain.
We've seen 4 takedowns now by Isaev, and that's really been the difference in this fight. Rosholt spent too much time on his back. Just does not have an answer for the top position of Isaev.
Some effective ground and pound here from that left hand of Ali Isaev.
And here's the smart cage tracking in the cage, and you see 89% of this fight is taking place right here on the outside of the cage, and most of that has been with Rosholt on his back.
Or at least his back pressed up against the cage. Ali Isaev in control here, on top in round number 4. Big left hands landing there for Ali Isaev.
Trying to
some heavy pressure.
Rosholt's in trouble.
Is it enough?
Yeah, I
Rosholt
think the
is no
referee's
longer
looking
defending.
at it. He's going to step in and stop the fight.
Ali Isaev pours it on for a heavyweight championship. Dan Miragliotta waves off the attack in the 4th round. Just when you thought that it was slowing down, Ali Isaev lands a heavy left hand from side control and pounds it out. A dejected Jared Rosholt there, and elated Ali Isaev. The late rounds proving to be the friend of the still undefeated Dagestani fighter. We'll have an official decision when we come back. We are proud to announce the New York Sports Club is now the official gym of the Professional Fighters League, with over 150 locations throughout the Northeast, promising to deliver fitness that fits you with a better, more personal experience. Recently, PFL stars Chris Wade and Jenna Fabian had a late-night workout at the Hell's Kitchen location about 20 blocks north of here on 49th and 9th. They met up with an elite team of NYSC trainers who helped them hone their workout skills.
Beautiful.
Then it was Chris and Jenna's turn to show the trainers their mixed martial arts skills.
So I'm gonna jab, come back a little, hit, and then pivot hard.
It was a great night, and we are so pleased to have the New York Sports Club as the official training partner of the PFL. For more information on the gyms and memberships, go to nysc.com. Wild Card Weekend starts with our game on ESPN and ABC. Saturday, 4:35 p.m. Eastern, Josh Allen and the 10-6 Bills take on Deshaun Watson and the AFC South champion Houston Texans from NRG Stadium. Our coverage starts with postseason NFL Countdown at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. Both are live on the ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. Our Cagenomics final fight stats for this heavyweight title bout. 4 takedowns for Ali Isaev, and just when you thought he was slowing down, he pours on the late ground and pound in the 4th round and puts Jared Rosholt in a serious trouble. Dan Mergliata steps in to wave it off. There's the first left hand. 2 or 3 of those from a 260-pound Olympian are enough to hurt anybody. And no answer from Jared Rosholt. Mergliata steps in and waves it off. And Ali Isaev remains undefeated in his mixed martial arts career and is crowned the 2019 PFL Heavyweight Champion. One final look at that. And for Ali Isaev, some skills emerging. 2 straight knockouts to finish the season. A last-second semifinal victory over the 1-seed Denis Goltsov, and that in the 4th round of the championship. Lillian Garcia has the call inside of our PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 4 minutes and 9 seconds into round number 4 by TKO. The winner of $1 million and the new 2019 PFL Heavyweight Champion of the World, Ali Isaev.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the check for $1 million, CEO Peter Murray of the Professional Fighters League. Ali, great fight. 2 wrestlers going head-to-head. Is this how you saw the fight going?
Ali, отличный бой. 2 рестлера сегодня сразились. Вы ожидали, что бой так закончится?
Я рассчитывал, что бой будет до конца. И настроился на все первые раунды. А так, конечно, тяжело все может быть. Ранний нокаут. Что, первый раунд тоже он закончил, но чуть не получилось.
I was expecting to go for full 5 rounds. Of course, anything can happen. It could be the first round knockout. But again, I did it, and I'm the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, your heavyweight world champion, the Professional Fighters League, Ali Isaev.
Ali Isaev, successful in his first season as a PFL heavyweight. There is Ray Cooper III, a welterweight title bout coming up next. An absolute barn burner at welterweight. 2 stoppage machines, actually. There's David the Bulldog Michaud. And of course, he'll be taking on Ray Cooper III, who was a runner-up in season 1. He got to New York. He didn't go home with the championship. He's looking to reverse those fortunes tonight. That's coming up next. Little celebration there for Ali Isaev. $1 million richer and with a heavy belt to go around his heavyweight waist. There's Natan Schultz, icing down, probably getting a lot of congratulatory text messages.
Playing a little Candy Crush, maybe?
Yeah, who knows? He can do whatever he wants. He's got $2 million in the bank now. All right, Randy Couture. We've seen a heavyweight championship, a lightweight championship, a featherweight championship, a light heavyweight championship. 4 of 6 title belts have been awarded here at Madison Square Garden. And before we get to our welterweight championship and our women's lightweight championship, we have an opportunity to talk about the newest PFL welterweight, Rory McDonald. Welcome, great to have you here, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Rory, I gotta ask you, you're a man who had options. One of the best welterweights in the world, legendary fighter, been part of some of the best fights in the history of our sport. Why'd you choose the PFL?
Oh, it was a great offer. You know, they took care of me on all my bases. You know, Pete's great. He's willing to do things outside of the cage, and he has a great vision of taking the PFL to be a major competitor and a shaker and a mover in this sport. So I believe in the PFL, and I'm excited to come in here, have the best years of my career here, and bring PFL to new heights.
You bring an impressive fight resume to an already stacked welterweight division in the PFL. Where do you think you fit in amongst that row of killers?
Well, I plan to be the boss of the division. Obviously, we got some really good guys fighting next. I've been watching Ray Cooper for a while, really exciting guy, but I think I got what it takes to go in there and dominate.
I know you've watched film on both Michaud and Ray Cooper III.
Yeah.
We can't let you get out of here without a quick analysis or prediction of our welterweight fight.
Yeah, I think the matchup just makes for a dogfight. I think heavy hitter versus the guy who just comes forward, who could take it and give it. It's going to be a great fight.
David Michaud actually already asked for a fight with you. Would you like that matchup?
Hey, I'll take on all comers. I'm not shying away from no one. That's a great thing about PFL. It's all performance, and I plan on going out there and having the best performance and shutting down everybody.
The Red King will be part of Season 3 of PFL action in 2020. Can't wait for that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rory. Coming up next, Ray Cooper III, David Michaud, a welterweight championship bout. Does that man find redemption? We'll find out next.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Rich Energy, live rich. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
The ball still to drop at Times Square, and 2 more title belts still to be distributed here at Madison Square Garden. The people are waiting outside. Little drizzle earlier. Looks like it's cleared up. People ready to ring in the new year. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture, safe, cozy, and warm inside Hulu Theater. And there's Kayla Harrison, arguably the face of women's mixed martial arts in the Professional Fighters League. An undefeated mixed martial artist, two-time Olympic judo gold medalist, and Randy, a lot to prove to herself and everyone else tonight.
Absolutely, and I think most importantly, prove to her in her own mind that she doesn't need to be perfect, she just needs to be effective, and she's really on her way to getting there.
Before we get to Kayla, this absolute barn burner for the welterweight title. Two stoppage machines. David, the Bulldog Michaud, against the runner-up from season 1, Brada, Ray Cooper III. This fight doesn't feel like it's going to decision. Tonight, Cooper will be surrounded by his family, just like he is at home. Cooper trains with his brothers in the family garage, all of them coached by their father, Ray Jr. He had an impressive career as a fighter himself. The formula works.
Yeah, I don't need no big gym to go train. I get my brothers, and we all know how to fight. Our bond is real close. We do everything together. We all know what each other wants and how we train, and we're just good training partners, and they're great brothers.
Ray is the oldest, and while he pursues his own dreams in the PFL, he's also been helping his younger brothers further their careers. Blake and Makoa are both currently undefeated.
Yeah, I get real nervous when my brothers fight because it's my little brother, and I really don't want anybody to hurt them. It's real emotional when my family fights, and I really want to be there for them.
Who's the biggest puncher in the family?
Probably my dad. If anything, my dad hits the hardest, but all in all of us, we really have good powers from him. We all really look up to my dad. We fought a lot of good guys, and just one day I hope to live up to that.
Heading into this championship fight, the focus in the Cooper household has been squarely on being there for Ray as he prepares for his second chance at a first world title. Last season, he was the clear favorite heading into New Year's Eve after knocking out his first 4 opponents. But things didn't go his way in the final.
Magomed Karamov, though, with a nice scramble.
Nice single leg, gonna take his back.
Yeah, the ending of the finals of last year was pretty rough.
Look at this.
Magomed
jumps into it.
Jumped down.
That is it. It is all over. Magomed Karamov with the upset over Ray Cooper.
It's just a bump in the road, so you just gotta get over it and look forward to the future. And I learned from my mistakes, and it's not gonna happen again. I'm a kid from small island, and to be fighting in New York City, in the Mecca of fighting, there's a little pressure, but I'm ready for that now. Doesn't matter who's in front of me, I'm gonna come out the same way, but more calculated, and this time I'm gonna take this guy out, and there's nothing gonna stand in my way from winning this title.
And there is his opponent, David Michaud, who's a member of the Ogallala Lakota Sioux tribe from Pine Ridge, South Dakota. Around 20,000 tribe members living on the reservation now in what is one of the poorest counties in the United States. For Michaud, though, the reservation is a source of deep pride and strength.
I grew up in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. I love it. I mean, every chance I get, I go back. As soon as I'm done fighting, I know I'm gonna move back. Everyone's real close. It's very family-oriented, more so than a lot of other places. I feel like you're always getting together with family, and everyone's super supportive of me. Even when I first started my career, people were always supporting me. They were always behind me, and I love going back to the res any chance I can get. You know, it's where I'm from. I'm from Pine Ridge, and it's where my roots are. It's what made me who I am today.
Right hand, nice one from Michaud.
I feel like I need to give back a lot because I've been given so much. Whenever I'm fighting, I always have my flag with me. That's just to show where I'm from, to show who I represent, to show what blood I have, and I want to show people that they're still warriors where I'm from.
Left hook, uppercut.
Michaud pouring it on late.
I'm in the best division in PFL, 170 welterweights. Everyone I fought this year was a semifinalist, either last year or this year, so I haven't had any easy fights, and I don't want easy fights. I want everyone to be good.
Hooks landing for David Michaud, smelling blood.
The whole saying is you can't be the best till you beat the best, and if I'm just going around, you know, fighting on these small local shows, fighting guys with like 500 records, no one's gonna think of me how I think of myself, because I know I'm one of the best in the world, but I need to beat the best in the world to show that.
Oh, and there's a big right hand.
Big right hand by David Michaud.
David Michaud with a first-round stoppage.
After you win a fight, that's the best feeling in sports, because it's like, I went out there with a guy who's my same size, who's been training, one of the best guys in the world, and I whooped his ass. And there's nothing like that in sports.
Welcome back to the 2019 PFL Championship. David Michaud ready to square off for a welterweight championship. And Randy Couture, his season didn't start well.
No.
17-second stoppage via liver kick from Sadabusi, but he rallied. He knocked out the #1 seed, Glyco França, to get here.
Yeah, it was an amazing run through the playoffs. He just looked tenacious, heavy-handed, used his wrestling when he needed to use his wrestling. He's a well-rounded, great fighter.
And his opponent was here last year. Brada boy Ray Cooper III has been on a mission to correct what he felt was a wrong from last year, but he stubbed his toe on the way also. Lost a regular season bout to John Howard, bounced back from that. Huge knockout victory in the semifinal over Kevin Curtis. Both of these guys riding some serious momentum.
Absolutely. I don't think I've ever seen another athlete bring the ferocity to this cage that Ray Cooper III does.
This is the matchup you were looking for. 170-pound title on the line, $1 million, and two guys who don't know the word quit, will not back up. Slight leg reach advantage there for Ray Cooper III. Slight arm reach advantage for David Michaud, who is 2 inches taller. He's 5 years older, and both of these guys similar stylistically. Good wrestlers with very heavy hands.
Absolutely, it's gonna be a barn burner.
Do not blink. I hope you already took your bathroom break. Lillian Garcia gets the welterweight title bout started.
This next battle for the world title belt and $1 million is in the welterweight division. This is brought to you by Real Time Pain Relief. Real time it and knock out your pain. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a boxer, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighs in officially at 169 pounds. In 27 professional fights, he has a record of 19 victories, 7 defeats, 1 draw, with 13 wins by knockout. He is the number 6 seed, fighting out of Pearl City, Hawaii. Here is Brada Ray Cooper III. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. His specialty is in wrestling and boxing. Standing at 5 feet 9, weighing in officially at 170 pounds. In 23 professional fights, he has a record of 18 victories and 5 defeats, with 14 wins by stoppage. He is the number 5 seed, fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona. Here is David the Bulldog Michaud. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson will at least attempt to regulate the ferocity inside of this welterweight cage. Ray Cooper III, his second trip to the finals in the gray trunks. David Michaud in the red and blue. Flying knee attempt, and Ray Cooper tries to catch an airborne David Michaud with a left hand.
Like he was punching a speed bag there.
No surprise, already some heavy exchanges. Big punches thrown, hook lands there from Michaud. Ray Cooper grabs a clinch. Body lock here from Ray Cooper III. Both of these guys excellent wrestlers. Cooper had an opportunity to wrestle in college. David Michaud did wrestle in college at South Dakota State University. He was also on the football team as a fullback, two-sport athlete in college. Interesting development here. Ray Cooper III is he's fighting for a takedown here. There's his dad, Ray Cooper Jr., accomplished fighter himself, Hawaiian legend. His brothers Blake and Makoa also in the corner, both of them undefeated mixed martial artists in their own right.
Double underhooks here for Ray Cooper. He's trying to find a way to pull David Michaud's legs out from under him. Now he changes level, slides by. Now he's trying to sweep. He's chain wrestling here, one after the other. That's high-level wrestling.
And high-level defense from David Michaud, who does not go down.
Body lock now by Michaud. He's trying to trade places with Cooper, put Cooper against the fence.
Cooper watching the monitor, Michaud watching the monitor here on the wall of the Hulu Theater as the fight is progressing. Very interesting. And we were talking about what we thought the strategies would be in this fight, Randy.
Michaud's hurt. Something, he grimaced as he went down there.
A
Not
body
sure
shot,
it was
maybe.
a calf kick or
Big right hands from the top.
was.
David Michaud still grimacing there on the bottom. We'll have to catch a replay and try and figure out exactly what that was. Now Ray Cooper III sitting in sort of a three-quarter guard here as David Michaud's got a butterfly in. Trying to isolate that left arm of Ray Cooper III.
It looked like Cooper might have tried a foot sweep, but his heel either rolled the ankle up or hit Michaud directly on the calf, and that's what hurt as he went down.
First round halfway gone. As I was saying, we were sort of debating what the strategies might be, and I thought that what Ray Cooper III just did would be what David Michaud would try and do. Press it against the cage, try and take some of the steam off of Ray's punches. But here we are now with Ray Cooper initiating some wrestling, and successfully so far on top.
And Michaud said that in the interview, that he wanted to fight from the clinch. He felt like he had some advantages and some things from the clinch that he could do to take advantage of Ray Cooper.
Michaud hanging out, calm. Ray Cooper trying to pressure with his left shoulder into the neck. Perhaps set up that shoulder choke. Nothing doing so far. More left hands from the top for Ray Cooper III. Proud representative of Pearl City, Hawaii. Michaud on the bottom from South Dakota. Fighting now out of the MMA lab in Phoenix. Nice top control and pressure here from Ray Cooper III. Whatever it was that maybe caused some pain for David Michaud, nothing registering on his face now.
Seems to have passed. Whatever it was, it hurt him for a second, but it passed.
I did too. Crossers right there.
Michaud still pinned to the mat here in round number 1, 40 seconds remaining. Last year, Ray Cooper found himself on the bottom in the first round. A little reversal of fortunes here. Always feels a little less fatiguing to be on top on the bottom, at least on top when you're on the ground, at least for me, Randy.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think you're forcing the guy on the bottom to react to you for the most part. And
Ray Cooper III inside of 10 seconds, looking to set up that shoulder choke. He'll finish the round on top.
And here in the clinch, it looks like Ray Cooper III digs a knee right up into the liver of David Michaud. And we saw Michaud's first fight of the year with WC. He got kicked in the liver and dropped. So he was lucky, he recovered there. He seems to be in full steam again.
Good recovery by Michaud. Nice knee snuck in there from short distance by Ray Cooper III. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture here cage side. Welterweight title bout underway inside of our PFL Smart Cage. Ray Cooper III in the gray trunks, David Michaud in the blue, looking for a whizzer here. These heavy exchanges leading to fierce wrestling back and forth, Randy.
Absolutely. Cooper in on the single, Michaud whizzers, tries to hip him over. Cooper recovers, comes up with a left hook. Nice exchange off of their wrestling.
Well, Randy's a multiple-time champ. I'm just the one-time champ from last year, and we're joined now on the analyst desk by another champ, Henry Cejudo, kind enough to sit down with us. Henry.
You guys have the best seat in the house, I must say. Spoiled brats.
That's right. It's not a real job, Henry. What do you think of these welterweights so far?
It's a scrap. These guys are, you know, they're both kind of rugged, but it seems like they both fight more on on heart and instinct. And sometimes fighters like that are the toughest guys to fight.
Cooper tries to run the pipe on a single. Where's the left hand on the exit there?
Oh, nice knees by Michaud, right up the middle.
Ray Cooper in a little bit of trouble here. Wings of left hand.
Big right hand
from Michaud. Cooper back down on a single leg. David Michaud landing some big punches there. And that's when we saw Ray Cooper III get in trouble against John Howard. Maybe finds himself a moment of reprieve with this takedown, Randy. He got clipped twice there.
He did, and it looked like it hurt him a little bit. You saw that look in his eye, that flash for a second.
That's that rugged style you're talking about, Henry. On the exchanges, the ins and the outs, winging big punches, gotta have the defense up.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is these guys are creating these scrambles with their fist, you know, to eventually get into a takedown. So fights like these are literally like scraps. You know what I mean? Like they're you know, the word fight scraps. You know, not scraps, but fight scraps. I don't want these dudes to come out and kill me. Rugged.
Hammer fist there from David Michaud. Cooper III runs the pipe, drags Michaud down.
Michaud trying to control hands, find a way back to his feet. Back up, he's gonna whizzer over now. There's another knee to the body, yeah.
Michaud returns the favor. Oh, another body shot!
Michaud is hurt that hurt him.
Once again!
His shoulder's hurt, there it is!
Cooper III pounds out David Michaud, drops him with a body shot, finishes with ground and pound, and redemption for Brada!
Wow, that was the second time he caught him with that. I know you heard him early in the first round.
Yeah, with that knee, drug that knee in.
Went back at it. Those who have never been hit with body shots, that is the living worst. That's the worst punch you could ever get hit with to the body.
Yeah. Any fighter will tell you they'd rather take one to the jaw than one to the liver. And we saw right there that is definitely true of David Michaud. He is a tough guy, but perhaps his kryptonite, Randy, at least in this season of Professional Fighters League action, was that liver.
He got softened it up a little bit in the first round with a knee in the clinch, and then they got into that little bit of a scramble, and as Ray Cooper III come up, he dug into that body with that left hand, and boy, you saw it immediately with David Michaud.
Ray Cooper III makes good on the promise that he'd get back here and he would change the outcome on New Year's Eve 2019. We'll come back with the check, the belt, and a new champion when we return on ESPN2. Tonight, after the Valero Alamo Bowl, stick around for SportsCenter with Bucci, Maine, and Eve. They'll look at how J.J. Watt's return could end the Bills' run. Plus, has Luka Doncic or Trae Young had a better start through 100 games? And the Game Day crew picks the Wisconsin-Oregon winner from Pasadena. Bring in 2020 with SportsCenter after Utah, Texas on ESPN and the ESPN app. We take a look at our Cageonomics final fight stats for this welterweight championship bout. 2 takedowns for Ray Cooper III, 8 for 8 on the ground strikes. That's where this fight ended. And those total strikes, at least a couple dug to the liver, to the body, which proved to be the big difference in this bout. It was not without drama, though. There's David Michaud landing a nice right hand just behind the ear, a couple of knees to the body. One sneaks up to the chin of Ray Cooper. Michaud putting in some work here, putting Ray Cooper III in some significant trouble. There's another right hand, almost dropped the Hawaiian. He was able to recover. Big shot to the liver, and there's that classic delayed reaction. David Michaud crumples into a heap. Ray Cooper makes it a formality with a couple of rights, a couple of lefts. Good night, Irene. New champion from Oahu and Pearl City, Ray Cooper III. Keith Peterson, great job there on top of the action. Those body shots digging into the liver of David Michaud. Impressive performance. This is a man who was here a year ago as he hugs Ray Cooper Jr., his father, who passed on the fight legacy to his son. He made it here a year ago. He did not take home the belt. He was not successful in the $1 million run. He promised he'd be back here, and a 26.6 mile per hour punch to the liver is part of the reason he got there. Those are our fastest strikes of the night, presented by Real Time Pain Relief. Lillian Garcia crowns a welterweight champion inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 2 minutes and 56 seconds into round number 2. By TKO, here is your winner of $1 million and the new 2019 PFL Welterweight Champion of the World, Ray Cooper III!
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the belt. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the belt in the 155-pound division, world champion in the heavyweight division, Mike Tyson. And our CEO for the Professional Fighters League, presenting the $1 million check, Pete Murray. Ray, so close last year. A couple bumps in the road, John Howard early in the regular season, and here we are with a belt and a check, buddy. Tell me what's going through your mind.
I just want to give praise and thanks to the Father in heaven, Lord Jesus Christ. Give me this opportunity. I love him. And my wife, my kids, my mom, my dad, my brothers, my cousin, all my family here, and my family back home. I love all you guys, Granny, Mama, Papa Joe, Papa Kai, Auntie Kim, Uncle Ron, Uncle Matt, Uncle Schulte, Auntie Sissy, Auntie Crystal. I love you guys, Uncle Kai, Auntie Girlie. I love all you guys. I just love everybody here. Thank you to Pete Murray, Don Davis, Ray Seffel. Give me the opportunity. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Tell me about this fight coming in. You knew David Michaud was a very, very tough opponent, in some ways a mirror image of yourself. How did you think this was going to go down, and did it go down how you thought it was going to happen?
Yeah, we did what we said we was going to do. We was going to get into a fight, and that's not a real fight. None of this playing around on the ground. We both throwing leather, trying to knock each other out. That's the name of the game. It's not point fighting. It's just MMA. We got to mix them up. And me and David did a hell of a job. Much respect to David. He's on tough bugger, but sorry for my language. So we talk in the islands, Cajun style. But just thank you to everybody. I love all you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, 155-pound champion in the Professional Fighters League, Ray Cooper III.
170-pound champion Ray Cooper III. I don't know if he could cut all the way to 155. I want to thank the champ, Henry Cejudo, for being kind enough to sit down with us, help out a little fight analysis on that. And next, history will be made. Two-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison brings her dominant submission game to the cage. She'll face off against Larissa Pacheco for the first ever women's lightweight title. Next on ESPN2. Can Pacheco reverse her fortunes from their regular season matchup? We'll find out when we come back on ESPN2. Live look at Times Square. That's only a few blocks away from where we're at right now, the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. I'm Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture alongside me. A ball set to drop, 2020 yet to ring in. And one more championship belt to distribute. Welcome back to the 2019 PFL World Championship, the biggest night in MMA. 6 title fights in one night. And this stacked card has reached its pinnacle. The finest PFL title for 2019 pits two-time Olympic gold medalist Kayla Harrison against Brazil's Larissa Pacheco for the first ever women's lightweight belt. A title fight and also a rematch. Pacheco is the only fighter to take Harrison the distance in her MMA career, losing by decision earlier this season. At just 25 years old and hailing from very humble beginnings in Marituba, Brazil, tonight, Pacheco has a shot at a payday that would change her family's circumstances for generations to come. And there is Kayla Harrison. Incredible story in her own right. She overcame sexual abuse as a teenager, dedicated her life to judo, and became the greatest judoka in U.S. history. Now with an undefeated record of 6-0 in the cage, the two-time Olympic champion wants to be the best mixed martial artist on planet Earth.
This is the Olympics for me. So yes, for the last 2 years I've been fighting, and yes, I've had 6 fights and I've won them, and I've been taking these steps and getting better, but really the only goal on my mind has been December 31st. December 31st, PFL World Champion, Kayla Harrison, PFL Champion, like over and over and over again in my mind. You know, obviously I could have just won 2 gold medals and rode off into the sunset and been a normal human or done something different, but I said, no, let's put everything on the line and get punched in the face for a living now. So I love the challenge.
We train together, and she's very strong. She evolved a lot, you know, especially her striking, and she's ready to go. Definitely, I think she's gonna be the next PFL champion.
I knew that I had to prove myself. I knew that if I wanted to be special in a room full of special people, that I was gonna have to work really, really hard. That's what's gonna make me successful for a long time, because I'm not afraid to outwork anybody. I may not be the best, but I'll find a way to work longer and harder than you.
Right to the back of Kayla Harrison goes Pacheco in a scramble.
This is the first time I've seen Kayla in trouble.
I don't want to say that I took her too lightly, but I definitely did not. I did. I took her too lightly. I kind of thought that it was going to be a little bit of an easy fight, and that was my mistake. The Kayla that she fought in May or whatever, is that Kayla would get eaten alive by this Kayla. So I think that the rematch is going to be good for me. She knows what I'm going to try and do, but she's not going to be able to stop it. And the worst thing that you could do to this girl is make it a 5-round fight, because I'm not going to stop coming.
Aqui é onde eu comecei a trabalhar, meus 15 anos de idade.
E aí, eu acordava às 4 horas da manhã, ia pra feira com a minha mãe, eu arrumava tudo lá. 10 horas o João passava lá, me buscava, eu ia pro treino, saía do treino, ia pro colégio, depois do colégio ia pro treino de novo. Muda tudo, né? Pra ganhar essa luta muda tudo. Eu mudo a minha vida e a da minha família com $1 milhão, e a minha carreira vai para um outro patamar. Eu vivi a luta, eu fiz a luta com ela. Eu não estou analisando uma atleta, eu não estou analisando o atleta simplesmente por olhar na televisão. Eu sei como que ela se movimenta, eu sei o que ela faz. Tem muita coisa ainda para ela aprender, ela ainda é muito crua no MMA. Ela é uma grande atleta olímpica, isso ninguém pode falar, e eu não a subestimei em momento nenhum. Ao contrário dela, eu creio que ela tenha me subestimado demais.
I thrive under the lights, you know? There's a reason I went to 2 Olympics and I came home with 2 gold medals. I live for that. I live for those moments.
Por tudo isso, né, que estão fazendo para ela, enaltecendo ela desse jeito, vai ser muito gratificante para mim chegar lá e ganhar dela, ser dona do cinturão do PFL, inaugurar essa categoria.
I'm preparing for a war. She's the toughest fight I've ever had, and you know that doesn't sit easy with me that I wasn't able to submit her or finish her. And she's gonna tap eventually, whether it's a TKO or KO or a submission. She is gonna quit. I'm gonna make her quit.
We opened the night in our title bout with Emiliano Sordi of Argentina winning at 205 pounds. He gave credit to the change in his mental game. And Kayla Harrison, you and her had a pretty involved discussion about maybe getting rid of the need for absolute perfection and being effective. Is that what she needs to do here against Larissa
Absolutely
Pacheco?
what she needs to do here. It doesn't need to be pretty. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be effective. She just needs the W. And even if that means going all 5 rounds, it's still a win. And she's still a world champion. So I think she has that perspective, and we've seen that in the subsequent fights since the first time we met.
Women's MMA history will be made here tonight at the Hulu Theater in Madison Square Garden. Here's our cage muscle tail on the tape. 4-inch leg reach advantage for Kayla Harrison, the 2 seed. Larissa Pacheco, 69-inch reach gives her a 3-inch advantage in the punching exchanges, and I believe that's what she wants to do in this fight, is keep it standing, because a grappling exchange with a 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist, probably not the best idea.
Absolutely correct.
Lillian Garcia gets our final title bout of the evening started.
Fight fans, this is the final championship fight of the night. And it is a history-making bout in the women's lightweight division. This is presented to you by Presidente. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a jiu-jitsu practitioner, standing at 5 feet 6, weighing in officially at 154 pounds. In 16 professional fights, she has a record of 13 victories and 3 defeats, with 12 wins by stoppage. She is the number 4 seed, fighting out of Marituba, Brazil. Here is Larissa Pacheco. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She specializes in judo, standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in officially at 155 pounds. She has an undefeated record of 6-0 and is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Here is the number 2 seed, fighting out of Middletown, Ohio, Kayla Harrison. Your referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
There's Kayla's mom here. Drove out from Ohio to watch her daughter fight for the World Championship in the Professional Fighters League.
Mike Beltran will monitor the action in our 6th and final title bout. Women's 155-pound history to be made here. Don't forget, Bad Boys for Life, Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, January 17th in theaters. And our final title bout underway. Kayla Harrison in the red, Larissa Pacheco in the black and gray. USA versus Brazil.
Harrison in the southpaw stance.
Pacheco tests out a right hand. That was very successful for her against the smaller Sarah Kaufman in her semifinal bout. Can she find a home for the right hand against Kayla Harrison?
And that is the appropriate tool against the southpaw. Keep throwing that straight right down the middle.
Little clash of the heads there. Maybe a bit of an eye poke there. No stoppage though. Kayla Harrison shakes it off. Throws up a front kick. Body kick caught. And Kayla Harrison presses Larissa Pacheco up against the cage. Pacheco initially framing out the head there of Kayla Harrison, but now a body lock for the 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist. She goes to work with some knees to the legs.
Inside trip, nice inside trip.
Pacheco closes the guard. Content perhaps to just try and control the posture of Kayla Harrison and force a stand-up. Harrison walks her to the cage, starts to set up a little ground and pound. And that's one thing that we've seen very impressive skill set development from Kayla Harrison. It's hard to work effectively from the guard, as we've seen. But man, she postures up and throws punches from the top like that one.
And she is very, very strong, very powerful.
Very explosive in these short windows. Larissa Pacheco attempting to negate the offense of Kayla Harrison from the top. Once again, locking her hands around the body of the American. Harrison passes all the way to side control.
There's Harrison's corner.
Take your time. Knee on belly, knee on belly. Yes, yes. Keep touching, keep touching. Yeah. Yes, good. Yeah, good, good. She's good going to the mountain. Gonna pressure her. Good.
See Mike Brown and some of the crew there from American top team. Kayla Harrison's camp. Larissa Pacheco was able to get at least one half guard back.
Pacheco's got that underhook now. She can start circling towards that underhook, trying to find some elevation and get out from underneath Kayla Harrison.
Big left hands from the top here for Kayla Harrison. Pacheco able to grab the arm, slow down the onslaught. Pacheco attempts to dive in, grab a single leg as a manner of escape.
Pacheco goes to quarters, almost gives up her back. The fence saved her from giving up her back there. Nice little scramble here by Pacheco. She's trying to work to get out from underneath Kayla Harrison.
Her left arm is what stopped her. She needed an underhook on Kayla to maybe sneak underneath and out the back door, but Harrison grabs her own underhook and controls the posture of Larissa Pacheco. 30 seconds coming up on 30 seconds left here in round number one. The first ever women's lightweight title bout. $1 million and a belt on the line as Kayla Harrison passes to mount with 20 seconds remaining.
Harrison hips down, low mount, vinding in. Now she's climbing to high mount. This is going to get worse and worse for Pacheco. She's got to find a way out.
Pacheco hammer fist from the bottom.
A little bit of an armbar attempt it looked like by Harrison.
Back to her feet as Larissa Pacheco as the round closes out. And right back into the fray. The end of round one here. New movie, Bad Boys for Life, starring Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, in theaters, January 17th. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, cage side. Larissa Pacheco in the black and gray. Kayla Harrison, undefeated still, in the red. Successful first round for Kayla Harrison, Randy.
Absolutely. Pacheco landed a couple good shots. Harrison followed through, ran her to the fence, was able to get to the clinch. Inside trip was beautiful, and then very dominant and controlling from the top position.
Nice left hand landed there for Larissa Pacheco. Kayla
Nice
Harrison,
double leg.
Big double leg shot. drives through and forces Larissa Pacheco to her back once again. Kayla Harrison pressing the Brazilian up against the cage right in front of our broadcast position. Back to work Kayla Harrison goes on top, trying to extricate her leg from the guard of Larissa Pacheco. There's her mom, Jeannie. Had a health scare immediately after Thanksgiving. Been in rehab and recovery for a brain aneurysm. The goal was to be healthy enough to get here tonight. And as Kayla told us pre-fight, in their family, a goal set is a goal met. So her mom was able to make it tonight to watch her daughter in the attempt to win a championship, the first ever at women's 155, as Kayla goes to the full mount on Larissa Pacheco with a lot of time left here in round 2.
This has been a dominant performance by Kayla Harrison. This is a completely different Kayla. As she alluded to in her pre-fight interview, this is a much, much improved, much better Kayla Harrison.
Looking perhaps to set up an armbar attempt here. Tough against the cage.
Timeout now. Pacheco knows what she wants to do. She's doing her best to counter it. Nice scramble by Pacheco.
Back to her feet. Larissa Pacheco not out of trouble all the way yet. Kayla Harrison hanging heavy. And drags Pacheco down to the mat. Goes to the referee's position.
Hand control by Kayla Harrison, keeping Pacheco in this position, not allowing her to get hand control and find a way to her feet. She's got one hook in, fence preventing her from securing that other anchor on the other side. Pacheco with some hand control. Little wrist ride, far side wrist ride by Kayla Harrison.
So far, Kayla Harrison definitively in control of this fight, but this is where Larissa Pacheco's experience in the cage is paying off. You can see even with Kayla riding her, putting the leg in here for a hook, she's going 2-on-1 on the arm, trying to control posture, not panicking, remaining calm under pressure here.
Look at our fight tracker here. You can see that 86% of this fight has been taking place right here on the cage, and that's predominantly because of Kayla Harrison.
Kayla Harrison now takes the back of Larissa Pacheco. Trouble brewing here for the Brazilian with 90 seconds remaining here in round number 2.
A little turnabout is fair play in the first fight. Larissa had Kayla in this position.
To the mount goes Kayla Harrison as Larissa Pacheco tries to scramble out. She's able to recover a half guard here. I know our friend Eve Edwards is screaming for underhooks in his hospital bed.
With his hoarse voice.
You got to get that far side underhook if you're Larissa Pacheco. She has to shoot her right arm through if she wants to control the body and, more importantly, get Kayla Harrison's weight off of her. Once again to the full mount, Kayla Harrison.
How about the patience of Kayla Harrison? She's not in a hurry here. She's got great position. She just continues to move, and improve that and find ways to damage and hope to find a way to put Larissa Pacheco out of this fight.
And there's some of that heavy ground and pound. It's not necessarily a lot of volume from the top from Kayla Harrison, but she chooses her shots well, and she's explosive in these tiny, tiny windows. Little 6, 8, 12-inch punches that pack a lot of heat behind them. It's rare to have that power on the ground. "15 seconds remaining here in round number 2. Larissa Pacheco once again spins around underneath the heavy pressure of Kayla Harrison. More ground and pound. Most of it blocked. Welcome back to 2019 PFL Championships. Our final belt being contested inside the PFL Smart Cage now. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture here to observe and talk about the first ever women's lightweight championship. Larissa Pacheco representing Brazil in the black and gray. Kayla Harrison, the Olympic judo gold medalist, in the red. Kayla Harrison, Randy, has spent 50 minutes of mixed martial arts time in the cage in her career. 25 of those minutes have now been against Larissa Pacheco.
Wow, oh, there's a double again. She threw the right and then followed through right to the legs. Body lock, oh.
Pacheco able to counter the takedown attempt and end up on top, at least for now. Little three-quarter Nelson up here on top. Forcing the head of Kayla Harrison down.
Oh, big knee from that three-quarters as Harrison came up. Pacheco threw that big knee.
Brute strength on display there from Kayla Harrison. Not easy when your head is being forced into the mat to force your body weight and the body weight of an opponent all the way back to a standing position.
That is a ton of leverage from that three-quarter, and so to rear up with that yoke on your back is that's power.
Well, Kayla Harrison, we know she's a special athlete, not only from a physical standpoint, but her mentality, just the ability to grind through what it takes to become an Olympic champion, not once but twice. Can Larissa Pacheco find a way to counter that in this title bout? Up and down, and once again, Kayla Harrison on top in the guard of Larissa Pacheco. Brazilian closes her guard. Just over 3 minutes left in round number 3. Possible 5 in this 6th out of 6 championship bouts, PFL 2019 season. Randy, what does Kayla Harrison need to do to posture up and really put some heat on those strikes from the top?
I think clear her hands, get her head up, bring her hips in, and saddle like she's riding a horse. Saddle those legs of Larissa Pacheco. And then she can keep her head up and pick her shots. The fence is her friend right here. There's no angles for Larissa to escape out of. As long as she keeps her head down there in that nose-to-nose position, it's going to be hard to do a lot of damage.
See Pacheco trying to climb to a higher guard. There Kayla Harrison goes to that posture you're talking about, gets her feet instead of her knees
There's
on the mat.
her head.
Big left hand comes down, just misses there. Nice avoidance by Larissa Pacheco. Not a lot of room to move underneath. Inside the corner of Larissa Pacheco.
Don't let her gain the half guard. I need you to gain the side control. You need to gain the side control on this side, on the left side. Yep, that's it. Now get up.
Well, that left arm is the leverage point for Larissa Pacheco, as you heard her corner say. That's the underhook she needs. Got to turn to her right hip and try and get Kayla's weight off of her. Easier said than done. Nice left hand from the top there from Kayla Harrison. Hammer fist from the bottom there for Larissa Pacheco.
She's staying active from the bottom. She's making Kayla work for it for sure. I'd like to see her open her guard, start using those feet to create some scrambles. Those scrambles are what are going to be her way out off of the bottom.
Striking with both shoulder blades on the ground on your back, it's just impossible to generate enough power in most circumstances.
You can distract somebody and irritate them, but you're not really going to hurt them. And again, I think with that closed guard, opened it for a second, and then went right back to that closed guard.
Two more right hands there from Kayla Harrison.
35 seconds, and we're going to be in championship territory in this fight. I'm really anxious to see how these two operate in the 4th and the 5th round.
Larissa Pacheco calling for Kayla Harrison to come down into her guard. We've seen that movie so far, Larissa.
Yes, we have. Yeah, the up kick was what she was looking for. She wanted to come in and try to catch her coming in.
10 seconds remaining here in round number 3. Larissa Pacheco once again on her back. Round 4 next. Three rounds down, potentially 2 more to go in the first ever women's lightweight title bout here in Professional Fighters League. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture. 6 title bouts tonight. 5 of those have been already decided. $5 million checks have been distributed. The winner of this will take another one home and a belt to go with it. Larissa Pacheco representing Marituba, Brazil. Probably looking at a situation where she needs a finish, maybe down three rounds on the judges' scorecard.
I agree 100%. I don't see any way that it's not 3 rounds to 0 right now for Kayla Harrison. The takedowns have been dominating
nice
the position
right hand.
and the scrambles. She's just dominated every single aspect of this fight.
Pacheco appears to have landed a right hand there, but you gotta follow it up. Combinations are going to be the only answer here.
Both of them moving very, very well. Neither one of them seem to be having any trouble with their conditioning or fatigue. Big left hand by Kayla. That just missed.
One thing that we've been waiting to see all year is, does Kayla get comfortable with her striking? Does she plant her feet and throw some big combinations? This might not be the time to do it with 3 rounds in the bag in a title bout, but she's moving her head.
There was that left hand again, and Larissa was able to counter off of it.
When Larissa Pacheco earned her spot in this final, she did it via upset over Sarah Coffin, who is the #1 seed in our regular season, and she did it with good movement, long strikes, formidable right hand. If she can implement that against Kayla Harrison, we really don't know how Kayla handles striking damage, and we might not find out right now.
Beautiful setup to that double leg, travels, stays on her feet, keeps her feet moving, and runs her all the way through to the base of the cage. That was picture perfect.
Pacheco reaches over, tries to grab that Kimura. She'll try and isolate that arm, pull it out. Kayla Harrison defending properly, tucking the arm in, grabbing her inner thigh. Very, very tough submission to secure with someone as physically strong as Kayla Harrison. And back to the grind against the cage we go. Kayla throwing left hands from the top.
Kayla with Larissa's back. She has no anchor yet, but she's definitely secured that back position. That fence is working for her. She's keeping that pressure, keeping Pacheco pinned against that fence. And she sucks her back, trying to get an anchor in. There's one anchor. Pacheco's going to turn, keep her from getting that other anchor in on that far hip, that bottom hip.
Pacheco had the necessary underhook for a moment there, but Kayla Harrison wisely extricates her arm, regains control from the top position. Larissa Pacheco flat on her back once again. And you just can't make anything happen from here, Randy.
Very tough to do anything effective. She's got to create scrambles and find a way out from underneath Kayla Harrison, and that's no easy task.
You can make a legitimate case that Kayla Harrison is the best grappling sports athlete in the history of American sport. No judoka has ever won 2 Olympic gold medals before her. Now she's an undefeated mixed martial artist. Several submissions already under her belt.
That's male or female in this country. And she's really starting to chain wrestle and put things together and make nice transitions. There's Kayla's mother watching her daughter make history. I think the most impressive thing is how far Kayla's come in just 7 fights. And this is her 7th fight.
Yeah.
And look at the transition she's making. Look at all the different things that she's learning and adding, the tools that she's putting in that tool belt. And she's just going to get tougher and tougher and tougher and harder for these girls to deal with.
30 seconds left in round number 4. Larissa Pacheco running out of time to try and rally and get a finish over Kayla Harrison. The same, I suppose, could be said of Kayla Harrison. Nice sweep attempt there on that kick from the bottom for Larissa Pacheco. Back to her feet, she scrambled. Able to compromise the balance there of Harrison.
That surprised Kayla, but it just surprised me. I didn't see that one coming. She just shin kicked that foot right out of there.
4 rounds down, 1 more to go. Harrison back to her corner. Larissa Pacheco will stay where she's at as we finish the round very near to her corner. Walk me through this replay, Randy.
Beautiful double. She moves in and out. She waits for Larissa to stick her hand out like she's going to throw the jab or that right hand, and she just travels right under it, turns the corner, flares her legs out, and drills her into the bottom of that fence.
You're missing just by an inch. That'll be there. But we don't do it twice in a row. We'll throw it once, then we're going to shoot after it, all right? But start with a feint. Feint, deep step, right? Yeah, take your time. Be patient. 1 more round. It's all yours. You're doing great. Gotcha. Doing great.
Mike Brown there in the corner of Kayla Harrison, who is a round away from making women's mixed martial arts history. This is the first ever women's title bout at 155 pounds. The first ever women's title bout with $1 million on the line. And our 6th $1 million title bout of the evening, Randy. It's the biggest night in MMA.
It sure is.
Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture here cage side for 5 more minutes potentially.
Not even an inkling of weariness or fatigue in Kayla Harrison. Larissa's showing a little wear from the time she spent on the bottom in 4 rounds of this fight now.
You can see the strike disparity there on the bottom. 104 strikes have landed for Kayla Harrison. Only 10 so far for Pacheco. Unable to get offense off because of the excellent wrestling, the timing, the entries of those Kayla Harrison takedowns.
There's another one coming too. You can see her setting it up. The head fake is there. She's going to wait for Larissa to expend one of those hands, and she's coming right under it.
Mike Brown called for a feint, left hand, and then a shot. So watch for that combination to come out of the corner. One thing we know about Kayla Harrison, she absorbs coaching very well. Left hand from Harrison, right hand from Pacheco. Neither landing with much force. Pacheco attempts that front kick. We've seen both women try that one in this fight. Scary proposition, lifting one leg off the ground against the grappler, the caliber of Kayla Harrison.
Moves her head, her footwork is great. She's making Larissa Pacheco chase her around a little bit. And that's going to lead her right into that double. There it is. Nice change. Nice job by Larissa. Change the angle of her hips.
Encouraging to avoid one of those takedown attempts.
Oh, good.
Can you build momentum? Nice 1-2 there from Larissa Pacheco. Will she get more aggressive in the striking here in the 5th and final round? Pacheco now striding forward. We saw that earlier tonight.
Nice sprawl by Pacheco. Kayla didn't set it up as well as she should have.
Pacheco on a front choke here.
Nice hand control by Kayla.
A 10-finger guillotine attempt there maybe for Larissa Pacheco, defended properly by Kayla Harrison. Coming up on 2 minutes remaining in this title bout. Pacheco still doggedly hanging on the neck of Kayla.
There's a cow catcher. She was trying to tip her over and put her on her back. Kayla gets out.
Kayla throws a left high kick to try on the exit, maybe deter more of that striking from Larissa Pacheco. Inside of 2 minutes now. Left hand from Kayla Harrison turning it up here.
Pacheco's pressing now, and she feels the urgency. And a minute 45 left in this fight, and she's got to have a finish.
She wants it, she's gonna have to throw.
Nice
big
headlock.
toss. Down goes Larissa Pacheco, Kayla Harrison on top.
A master in judo right there.
She wanted a finish in this fight. She has 90 seconds left to get it.
She's fighting a girl that has almost three times as many fights as her, and she's just been methodical and just unwound her and picked her apart in every situation.
Inside of 1 minute now, Pacheco running out of time to try and make a miracle happen. Kayla Harrison continuing her dominant run in the sport of mixed martial arts.
Kayla's gonna get to mount.
All the way to mount for Kayla Harrison. 40 seconds left. Left hand raining down.
Try and climb up to a high mount now. She's in a low mount. She's working her way up to high mount. Look for the isolated arm. You can see it coming. Pacheco knows. She's very, very good at keeping those arms out of the way of those hips.
Great job there to defend by Pacheco, but it's been defense the whole fight for Larissa. Nice.
There's an anchor. There's Reardon. She's got her back completely now. Oh, she lost her hook.
10 seconds left. There's the clapper. Kayla Harrison looks to improve to 7-0 in mixed martial arts and claim the first ever women's 155-pound championship.
There is history in the making right there.
You just watched history, ladies and gentlemen. Kayla Harrison continues her streak of excellence from the Olympics in judo to the cage here in the PFL, still undefeated. We'll have an official judge's decision, a belt presentation, and one last $1 million check when we return on ESPN2.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle. And by SeatGeek. Score the best deals on tickets.
Midnight approaching at Times Square. The folks getting ready for that ball to drop. And here at Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden, 6 title bouts in the biggest night in MMA in the books. There's our Cageonomics final fight stats for the Women's Lightweight Championship. Impressive performance once again from Kayla Harrison, 107 ground strikes landed, and of course, those 5 takedowns. Nice left hand there from Kayla, attempts the left high kick as well, changes levels, drives through, and once again plants Larissa Pacheco for a takedown. Nice body shot, generating power over those short distances. Very difficult to do. Here's another takedown. Randy talked about how she flares the legs. Virtually undefendable, because even a good sprawl, if you end up lateral, isn't going to do you much good. Larissa Pacheco there hyperextends the leg of Kayla Harrison a little bit, knocks her off balance. Here's the big head and arm throw from the judo Olympic gold medalist. Larissa Pacheco planted on her back in every round of this championship fight. Lillian Garcia announces history inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 50-43, 50-45, and 50-45, all for the winner by unanimous decision. Your newest millionaire and the 2019 PFL Women's Lightweight Division Champion of the World, Kayla Harrison!
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the belt presented by heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson. And the $1 million check presented by PFL CEO, Pete Murray.
Oh my God, Mike Tyson's giving me my belt. Oh my God. Thanks so much, Pete.
Thank you. Kayla. Great fight, amazing job. The double legs were spectacular.
Oh, thank you.
Was that the game plan going in?
Yeah, you know, be smart, pick my shots, be patient on my feet. We know Larissa's tough. We know she's really good pretty much everywhere, but I'm better at grappling, I would say, and just had to watch out for that big right hand, which she caught me with a couple of times. I rolled my ankle or something in the second round, so that was a little bit of a setback, but that was the game plan. Patient, patient takedown.
Awesome. You want to say something to your mom?
Mama, I love you. We're millionaires.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lightweight champion of the world for the first time in mixed martial arts, Kayla Harrison.
Kayla Harrison adds PFL gold to her Olympic gold. It doesn't get much better than that. Dominant run through season 2 in the PFL. Kayla Harrison remains undefeated inside of the Smart Cage.
You look like you should be at the gift conference.
We'll take a look at our Presidente knockout of the night in the welterweight championship bout. The big body shot from Ray Cooper III. A finalist last year finds redemption. Dig into the liver of David Michaud and pounding it out. And Iron Mike says congratulations. Second round TKO victory and $1 million for Ray Cooper III. Little photo op for all of our champions and newly minted millionaires inside of the cage. Our top 3 strikes tonight presented by Real Time Pain Relief. Natan Schulte, almost 27 miles an hour. Same for Ray Cooper III. Kayla Harrison, 24.3 miles per hour. Must have been one of those left hands. Big thanks to real-time pain relief. Here's Natan Schulte's fastest strike of the night. Almost 27 miles an hour. 26.8, wobbles Loic Rajabov. If you didn't get to see that fight live, find the replay. That was an unbelievable bout. Kayla Harrison enjoying her championship with our PFL ring girls and, of course, Lillian Garcia. All the champions enjoying their time inside the cage tonight. 12 finalists, Randy. 6 champions crowned, 2 repeat champions,
Amazing.
4 new millionaires.
Amazing night of fights. 2
new people with $2 million. The biggest night in mixed martial arts. Emiliano Sordi at light heavyweight, Ali Isaev at heavyweight, Lance Palmer and Natan Schulte both repeating from season 1 at featherweight and lightweight. Ray Cooper III gets his $1 million, and Kayla Harrison, the first ever women's lightweight champion in mixed martial arts history. For Randy Couture and our absent colleagues Caroline Pierce and Eve Edwards, I am Sean O'Connell. Thank you for joining us for the biggest night in MMA. 6 2019 PFL World Champions were crowned. We're looking forward to watching these champions compete in the Professional Fighters League as they carry their belts into 2020. For everyone at the PFL, we wish you a very happy and healthy new year. Good night from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden in New York City. The biggest night in mixed martial arts. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture say Happy New Year, and thank you all for a great season. live look at Times Square, just a few blocks away from Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden, where we just finished the biggest night in mixed martial arts. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture, cage side one more time. And Randy, I was part of this night as a fighter last year. I think I'm more exhausted having watched and called these fights tonight.
Did it make you miss it a little bit? I mean, you saw your reign end with a new light heavyweight champion tonight.
Yeah, I'm coming for you, Emiliano Sordi. I'm joking. I'm actually not coming for you, Emiliano Sordi. He looked scary, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Let's start with the history that was made tonight.
Absolutely.
Women's lightweight gold contested for the first time ever in major mixed martial arts. Kayla Harrison continues her undefeated streak in dominant fashion. She didn't get the finish, but she dominated Larissa Pacheco.
Absolutely. Every aspect of this fight was all about Kayla Harrison. The double legs, the ground control, every single position. She was meticulous, methodical, and it just, here's double underhook, inside trip, beautiful judo on display. And then we'll see that more of that later on. Again, ground and pound, picks her shots, picks her moments to posture up and land and damage. Does a great job. Pacheco is a game opponent, as game as they come. There's a high kick, another double leg, follows through, drives her to the fence. Again, she showed great takedowns. I think 5 takedowns tonight, every single one driving. And here's the one time Larissa was able to switch her hips and flare her out and ended up on top, but she wasn't there for long. There's another nice flare double leg, drives her right to the base of the fence. That was another one where I think Kayla hurt her ankle a little bit in that. That surprised me too. She literally shin kicked her and rolled her over. Big headlock. Again, beautiful judoka, beautiful master of judoka right there.
So Kayla Harrison, winner by unanimous decision, dominant performance, takes home women's lightweight gold, and of course, the $1 million that comes along with it. Just before that bout was one that we knew was going to be an exciting matchup tonight. David Michaud, the proud Ogallala Lakota Sioux tribe member, and of course Ray Cooper III, who made his second trip to the finals. His first trip last year, unsuccessful. He ran into a buzzsaw in Magomed Karimov, ended up getting choked out in the final. He promised us this year was going to be different, and it was.
It was different. It was a very, very competitive fight. He was in trouble for a little while there. Michaud brought everything that needed him to bring here from the clinch. Cooper does a nice job, the knee right to the liver. And we saw him in his opener for the PFL get kicked in the liver. So maybe we found his kryptonite, I don't know. But here's left, right, left, big knees up the middle. Cooper in big trouble here, and he finds a way to get out of this. Slinging him. I mean, we knew these guys were going to sling leather. There was no way around it. They're both that type of fighter. Here's a nice inside, head outside single. Michaud doing a nice job of trying to stay off the mat. Ends up giving up his back. Here again, there's the body shot. As he came up, he dug left hand deep into that liver. It was already softened up from the knee earlier, and that was it.
There's his mom, there's his wife, Kelly. By the way, a little bird told me there might be more mouths to feed in the Cooper household pretty soon. So,
there you go.
A huge win for Ray Cooper III and family. Hawaii stand up, big celebration in Pearl City tonight.
No doubt about that.
And there's the lay. Beautiful moment. This is all a family affair for the Coopers. As you know, Randy, his dad, Ray Cooper Jr.,
the brothers,
passed the fighting tradition down. Ray is the next one. He's achieved something that even his dad never did. His brothers are still undefeated. Cooper is a name you need to remember in the sport of mixed martial arts.
That sounds like there's another fighter in the works.
You never know. They got a bunch of kids already. Lance Palmer. We talked about Ray Cooper coming back to the championships. Well, he didn't win last year. Lance the Party Palmer did. At 145 pounds, he wanted to prove that he could do it back-to-back. And he had to take on Alex Gilpin, a guy that he already beat twice this year. Not an easy task. And as you always say, the onus is on you if you're the guy who wins the first matchup and the second matchup. You're the one who has to improve.
Yeah, you have to make a guess at what that guy's going to change because, you know, he doesn't want that same outcome. And Gilpin is a game opponent. Great wrestler, got, you know, good hands, slick submissions. He came after Palmer early on and really tried to get out. A little eye poke there, accidental eye poke as he tried to push Palmer away. Palmer recovered very quickly. Here's a nice double leg, driving double leg right to the guard. There's Gilpin again, pressuring. There's a single leg, and I think hanging on to that leg was the one thing that kept Gilpin from sliding into a better position for that choke. Palmer with the crotch lift and dumps Gilpin over to change the position from maybe being taken down to establishing top position again.
So Lance Palmer, 2 straight perfect seasons. You can't be called Lance the Party Palmer if you're not going to pop a little champagne to celebrate your second championship and, of course, your second $1 million check. Worthy of celebrating.
That's probably
baby.
Dom Perignon right there.
Let me hold a couple bucks there, Lance Palmer, okay? An unbelievable performance. And look, Lance Palmer, that's a 10-fight win streak. That's a guy who did not lose a round this year.
Yeah, amazing. Smothering, dominant, just perfect Lance Palmer style fight tonight.
Well, as clinical as that repeat championship performance was, the lightweight bout that pitted Natan Schulte, a season 1 champion of his own right, against Loic Rajabov, the 7 seed and lone fighter in the PFL roster from Tajikistan. This was a wild fight.
What a war.
Oh my goodness, real crowd pleaser. I love it. My style 100%. Don't move your head, don't move your feet, just throw punches.
Well, there was the right hook from Natan Schulte that really stunned Rajabov. He was able to recover and came back, and he suffered, I think, 38 or 39 low kicks to that calf, and that calf was really sore. Several times in the fight he had trouble standing on it, and he managed to gut it out and stay in there. He just kept coming forward, throwing right, left. It was like Rock'em Sock'em Robots there half the time. This was the barn burner for the night. Absolutely. Anybody that loves fighting was going to love this fight.
I thought this fight was what we would see in the Mashad versus Ray Cooper fight.
Agreed.
I love that we saw it here. Strong performance from Loic Rajabov. Unbelievable potential for that guy. And for Natan Schulte, obviously great physical talent from this kid, right? He's a great athlete. He's got a well-rounded skill set. But also at 27 years old, the mental game of knowing that those low kicks will pay off later in such a brutal fight. That's elite coaching, elite absorption of the coaching. And this is a guy who's a back-to-back champion for a reason.
Absolutely.
He's not partying with the champagne like Lance Palmer.
He took a lot of shots to that head tonight, so the ice is probably a good idea.
He's getting a little ice and a kiss from Mom.
That doesn't get much better than that.
Great way to ring in the new year, right? Unbelievable performance. So we had not 1, but 2 repeat champions from season 1. And we started the night. The first title bout contested tonight was the end of my reign as light heavyweight champion of the Professional Fighters League. Jordan Johnson, Emiliano Sordi. And there were echoes of what happened in season 1, at least coming into the bout. You had a South American juggernaut with a dominant run through the regular season and playoffs. You had an American who had to kind of stub his toe and rally to get through the playoffs. It might have worked out the same way as it did last year, but He-Man Sordi, he wouldn't have any of them.
No, he wasn't having a thing to do with that. Great power. Guys knew each other very well, trained together for a long time, and sometimes that can be very, very difficult. Sordi doing a nice job using that whizzer, stopping and neutralizing the wrestling of Johnson. Finds a way to scramble right back up to his feet and not give up any position. Sordi with the power. He just great power. Throws his hands. Here he's got Johnson in trouble. He uses that back foot as that rudder to kind of stay out of getting sucked into that ground game. And then he just starts drilling him. The ground and pound was pretty brutal. And it was enough there. The referee stepped in and stopped it.
Unbelievable power on display really all season long from Emiliano Sordi. He gets the $1 million job done in just over 2 minutes. Quickest finish tonight. And he only saw the second round in 1 fight this season.
That's
so
amazing.
A force to be reckoned with heading into season 3. And the first MMA champion from his home country of Argentina.
That's right. And we saw the first guy at a high level from Tajikistan as well with the UN ambassador here. And that's a country where the sport is banned. So hopefully we can make some inroads there and change that.
Yeah, Sordi very proud of the fact that he gets to take that belt home to Rio Cuarto, Cordoba, Argentina. What have we not covered? Oh, that's right, the heavyweights.
Yes.
2 guys who brought a lot of wrestling pedigree into this one. You had Ali Isaev, undefeated mixed martial artist in his own right, against a guy who's a veteran of the sport and a 3-time All-American at Oklahoma State.
Yep.
You know something about that.
A little bit about the Cowboys.
Jared Rosholt, Ali Isaev, 2 true heavyweights, 2 really big guys, 250 plus. In fact, Isaev is more like 260, and it slowed a little bit in the first couple of rounds, but Isaev gets the finish.
We're going to change his name. We'll give him a nickname. He doesn't have a nickname. He's the forklift from now on. I mean, that was exactly what he did. He forklifted that 260-pound guy up and dumped him right on his head. I mean, it was pretty spectacular. And the horsepower and the athleticism that Ali Isaev showed tonight was pretty remarkable. And just a little too much for Jared Rosholt this evening. Nice double leg. Transitions well. Here's the speed. He did 4 spinning back kicks. He has that technique down for sure. There's the forklift. Boom. And again, Rosholt spent a lot of time here on his back. Unfortunately, he just did not have the mobility and the grappling technique to get out from underneath. The guy is skilled. And there's the shots to the head, and the end is very, very near. Not a terribly successful defense, just crossing up and going feet up.
So only 8 fights into his mixed martial arts career, Ali Isaev is a world champion and a millionaire. That is a fast start for a guy who has an Olympic wrestling pedigree. And if he can figure out how to chain those strikes together, immense power and athleticism.
Still very, very green, but he's a great athlete, Olympic caliber athlete. If he can put some other tools on that tool belt, he's going to be really, really tough to deal with in the heavyweight division.
You saw the champions there, 4 of them new, 2, as I mentioned before, repeat champions, and the biggest night in mixed martial arts for 2019. It's in the books, Randy.
In the books.
6 divisions, 6 belts, 6 $1 million prizes. Nobody else does that. All before the ball drops on New Year's Eve at Times Square. They're getting hyped out there. Very excited to see what's to come in 2020. And of course, we are too. Pay close attention to what the PFL is doing. We brought Rory McDonald in. We were talking with him earlier tonight. So for Randy Couture, I'm Sean O'Connell. Thank you for joining us for the biggest night in mixed martial arts as 6 2019 PFL World Champions were crowned. We're looking forward to watching those champions competing in the Professional Fighters League as they carry these new belts into the new year. For everyone here at the PFL, we wish you a very happy and healthy new year. Good night from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden in New York City.